Hello. Welcome to apparently a Monday displaced in time. As the title says, I don't remember what we were doing. Apparently I have no dice left, so I guess we finished before I went to sleep. Means I guess the first thing we'll be doing is me going to sleep, I guess? Will I be able to survive the next day with that? Like, is that gonna bring me down to... Yeah, I'll just live on 4 dice for a while, I guess. Heck yeah. Yeah, just on the border. Just on the border. Oh well. Maybe we'll get some scrap today or tomorrow. What the fuck? What's happening here? I don't remember what this voice was. Which is weird because it's only been a week. Memory shouldn't be that bad. It's been a very busy week. Oh. Thank you for the subscription, Jacob.
It's been 9 months. Now you can give birth to our beautiful stream son.
What do you assume it would be a son? The crowds have already gathered by the time you get back to the shipyard, and you recognize faces among them. People you have worked alongside on the side reel. The intervening cycles have turned their excitement to anxiety, and few of them smile at you. Instead, the nervous energy of the crowd fills the space, creating a feedback loop of growing tension. You pick out Lem and Mina, work your way over to them, pushing through the crowd. He silently raises his eyebrows at you, his anxiety obvious, but Mina flashes you with a huge smile, unaware of the tension. "Robot!" she shouts, reaching out to you. Okay. She gratefully accepts your hug, leaning against your chest, and Lem smiles, seemingly glad to share the weight of Mina for a moment. We're good parents, me and Lem. We're good parents. Because Edison is getting dropped off a cliff. Oh no. Quite a turnout, huh? Lem glances around, pulling Mina close. I don't think patience is one of this crowd's strengths. The sound of an argument towards the back catches your and Lem's attention. He is putting it lightly. This place seems set to explode. No, they won't manage them. They don't care if all of these people fight. That means, like, less people for them to have to put into the draw. This isn't good. Lem doesn't dare answer, but the look on in his eyes suggests he agrees. "This is Asta Enghart of the Celis Foundation." The announcement echoes from the speakers at the shipyard entrance. The shouts of "Quiet!" rapidly follow. "I'm sorry I can't be here to meet you all, and thank you on behalf of the Sendra Sellers for the work you have done on the sidereal horizon." Most of the crowd strains to see Aster's face, but the small display shows only a ghostly figure, smudged and unclear. "Sandra wanted me to pass on her thanks for your commitment to and belief in the Celis Foundation's mission. We chose the Eye for this project because we knew that we would find like-minded individuals here, especially among the ranks of the venerable Haven Age Association. unlike most of the Corps, we neither believe Erland's Eye to be a threat or a rogue state, but instead an embryo for the formation of a new, decentralized social structure. One where each citizen might be the master of their own destiny. A ripple of impatience runs through the crowd. They didn't come here for a sermon. You are all pioneers, just like those core citizens who the sidereal horizon will carry in cryosleep to the planet that will become the Foundation's first frontier world, Celis 1. At the mention of the destination world, excited conversations break out among the workers. There, our citizens will be able to create their own innovative, bottom-up economic order, aligned with the principles set down by Centra Celis herself: freedom, resilience, and self-sustenance. This is all thanks to your tireless efforts in the Haven Age yards. As a reward for those efforts, you may know that we are offering a select group the opportunity to join the caretakers of this vision. The staff of the Sidereal Horizon, who will maintain the vessel during its multi-decade transit through interstellar space. Lem turns to you, his eyes bright. This is it. This draw has been performed at random by the central AIs of the Foundation, and it's final and binding. Please note only licensed contractors of the Foundation are eligible for this draw. I know you have been eagerly awaiting this day, and without further delay, I will now read the Celis identification numbers of those chosen for this great honor. A murmur through the crowd. Celis identification numbers. Licensed contractors. You have never even heard the term mentioned. Is this something you were supposed to be assigned? You glance at Lem, but his eyes are fixed forward, wide and shimmering. All around you, people are speaking in hushed tones, like a rising wave. Aster starts reading out sequences of numbers and letters, and panic begins to set in. No one seems to know what is happening. Somewhere near the front of the crowd, someone shouts in celebration, and everyone pushes forward. Never join the crowd crush. Never join the crowd crush. Lem? You turn to see Lem still staring forward. Mina is scared now as the shouts start. Daddy! Someone throws something at the entrance, and it rattles against the shipyard doors. You see, for the first time, Haven Age security stood on either side, scared, arguing between themselves. You feel the anger rising in the crowd. Lem, let's go. He doesn't move. They might call out names. I can't. Mina tugs at his dog tags. It's not happening. Lem blinks rapidly, and then turns to you. He opens and closes his mouth and looks down at Mina. He sees the fear in her eyes and understands. It is time to go. You lead Lem and Mina out, shoving people aside. As you do, you hear the sound of scuffles emerging at the front of the crowd, of metal canisters bouncing off the shipyard walls. You keep your head down and walk away. the sound of Aster reading off the ciphers echoing above the chaos like some strange mantra. When you turn to Lem, there are tear tracks running down his cheeks, and Mina is sniffing into his jacket. You feel the sadness rising in yourself as well. They screwed you. Screwed all of you. You were never even on the list. The feeling is as unpleasant as it is familiar. You stare ahead into the tunnel as the security sirens sound out, a signal for the coming violence. I'm shocked! Also, it's unfair to say that I failed that. I didn't fail. I did everything right. I did everything right. Capitalism that failed me. Colonialism inspires, spires. I don't know why anyone wants to live on a planet. How are you going to break ships with all that gravity? The only thing they're going to be breaking with all that gravity is their bones, because they've lived in space their whole life. I like that you can still work on the ship. Oh no, you can't still work on the ship. It's just it's leaving in 3 days. Okay. I was like, it's hilarious that you can still work on the ship, given that it's just been like, fuck all of you. None of you are leaving here tonight. Your latte iPhones under capitalism? No. What? What? Is that even... I don't think that's a proper sentence. Can I do anything in Haven Age offices? These guys want... Yeah, they want data. I have data. Wait, do I need this data for someone else? I might need this data for someone else. What are my drives? Locate hack Harden's now. Oh god, yeah, this. I need to do this fucking thing so that I can get the damn tracker out of my head. This I don't see happening anytime. This also isn't happening anytime soon. This is probably not happening. There's a derelict unit in the low end that remains unclaimed. With lots of scrap and a little work, it could be yours. Is there anywhere for me to earn scrap anymore, or do I just have to buy it now? I mean, I know there was somewhere, like, up here. What was it that it needed? Like, endure or something? Yeah, this one needed endure +1. For me to be able to go in here and gather scrap, so I should probably start aiming towards endure, I guess. Let's give this a go, I suppose. I was hoping for a 3, but a 2 will do. You can gather it right at the far end. You can buy it from the time of the merchants, or you can do any engineering activities. I'll have to see what engineering activities are around. Oh, I have a new drive. Where did that come from? Join the Haifa commune. The Haifa commune meets the needs of its members in exchange for work. Could you find a home here? I doubt it. I doubt the cult is the way to go. The only way to become a member is to be part of the... The only way to become a part of the commune is to work your way in. Through long service, it isn't for everyone. I was mostly doing this to, like... Or is it? It's in the Greenway. I think it's in the Greenway. It's in here that I think Jacob was telling me that you can find... the... mushrooms? Garole caps for Emphas, because we haven't talked to Emphas in ages. I miss him. Probably shouldn't be wasting my dice like this, but heifer commune. Become a moomber today. Getting the mushrooms is very involved. I'm picking up on that, yeah. Oh boy. Jesus Christ, plus, what is that? Plus 5 energy? Fucking hell. There's loads of food here. Why would these farmers keep it to themselves? If you can do it quickly, they might not even notice it's gone. And then I become a thief. If they catch me 3 times, they're like, ah, you're a thief. 3 times. If you get caught stealing, there's no way you'll be able to work in the stacks. Simple as that. And there's some farm stacks from the old station have survived. The farmers that work them are always looking for new workers. They pay by yield. This is the farmyards of Brexit Britain right here. The only one left, there's only one of them, it's a mega farm. It's the only way it can remain profitable. And they pay people pennies an hour. I don't know how much food this will give me. The farming collective who control the stacks don't like to sell their food piecemeal, but for the right price they'll let it go. There are not enough caravans there for it to be British farmland. I mean British farmland of the future, right? Like, when caravans evolve into stacks. When we inevitably go down the Ready Player One route and just stack all of the mobile homes on top of each other. What is this? Oh yeah, this is what I'm actually supposed to be doing. Neither of these are good. Come on. Come on, no whammies. Good enough? What the fuck? Oh. Oh, is today an Ethan day? I forgot about that. Money or food, please. I would like some fungus. Scriptures fail to mention that the Tower of Babel was actually built out of stacked caravans. Yeah, they couldn't, like, you can't blame them. Like, fucking Iron Age Palestinians couldn't figure out like what a caravan was. It was a foreign concept to them. They lived in a better world. They lived in a better time. Alright. As far as I can tell, I don't need Yatagan data. Or anything else. And I'm done with... As far as I can tell, at least for the moment, I am done, unless this, like, makes more of it. I am done with... the doctor. What was the doctor's name? Sabine. I am done with Sabine for the time being. And Sabine was the only one that I knew that wanted Haven Age data, or wanted Yatagan data, so I guess I'll sell my Yatagan data to Haven Age. And then I'll sell my Haven Age data to Yatagan. Still surprised that I haven't found anywhere to use these encrypted keys. Like, I genuinely don't even know where to look. You. Haven Age data. Right. Let's put off our, in heavy quotes, let's go pay off our, in heavy quotes, debt. Back then a caravan was simply a way to trade goods between settlements, yeah. And they traveled the same route so often that they actually invented stone paved roads just by, like, It must have been weird for the first caravan that went through like a little valley one day and realized that stone was just appearing out of the ground perfectly paved behind them. But that's how Civ tells me it happened, so I have to believe them. Wasn't there a guy that wanted both Haven Age and Yanagan data for rare mats? Oh, the chess player! The chess player, yes! I forgot about the chess player, or no, backgammon player. He was a backgammon player. The compressor is quiet today. The usual crowds are elsewhere. Yeah, they're having a good old-fashioned riot down at the fucking Haven Age docks. Because people got screwed out of getting onto that new colony ship. The usual crowds are elsewhere, and the pumping music washes over a handful of spacers and a few drunks. Ethan is still in the same stool, in the same pool of light. His head is low, close to the bar, and the bartender is ignoring him. Approach him. I mean, I'm not gonna leave, am I? If I leave, I haven't paid him and I need to pay him. As you get closer, he lifts his head and turns. Sleeper! He turns to look at you. Time to pay up. Time to pay up again, is it? He gestures to the bartender. Come here! Take the chits! The bartender ignores Ethan. It seems they've cut him off. Hey! He slams a hand on the bar. Come take the chits! The bartender ignores him. Ethan lets out a huge sigh, rubbing his eyes with his palms. He reaches towards his holster. His elbow slips and the gun tumbles out. It clatters to the bar and falls to the floor, bouncing onto the ground between you. Both you and the bartender look at the gun, stare at it. Butterfingers, says Ethan, and puts out a hand, beckoning you to give him the gun back. If you would. Petting the bartender, genius move now. The bartender looks at you warily. You crouch down and pick up the gun. Alright, now, before I pick this next action, hear me out. I want to run you through a bit of my thought process. I am going to hand him the gun. My goal here is the same goal as like a kidnappee, right? Where I am going to try and lull this person into a false sense of security that I am like cowed by their actions, and I've just given in to the fact, that I've been fully Stockholmed, and that I have given into the fact that this is just my life now, right? And that like I will spend the rest of my life earning money so this man can destroy his liver. I am going to give him the gun as soon as I get this tracker out of my head. The next opportunity that comes to like get away from this man or dome him, I will take that opportunity without a fucking moment's hesitation. But right now, I must continue the ruse, and thus I shall hand him the gun. If I just pretend to be Stockholm, he'll never guess that secretly I'm only choosing to do everything he wants. I mean, look, me point the gun at Ethan, what good is that gonna come? Look at my character. I am not I am not a physically imposing specimen. I am not a man of action, right? I'm a sensitive boy. Mean guns, no, hand him the gun. You slap the handle of the gun back in Ethan's hand. Thank you, he hisses. Now, where was it? He lazily swings the gun past you and the bartender. Yes! Leaving! He stands. You see, there was also a part of me there that was like hoping he was going to try something with the bartender, and then the bartender would be like, security, security, and then security would come and bait the shit out of him or possibly kill him. Sleeper shot first and last, and also the ones in between. Sleeper. Ugh. While this has been fun, I think I've wrung every last drop out of this place. Time to go home. He waggles the gun towards the door. Well, it looks like I missed my opportunity. It looks like I missed my opportunity. I bought too much time. I was trying to buy time and I bought too much. And now I'm gonna die. He waggles the gun towards the door. Let's go see Esenop. I'm staying here. Ethan brings his gun hand to his face and rubs his eye. Well, the bounty pays half, but... Yeah, thank God he fell for my ingenious ruse, huh? The bounty pays half, but... Up to you. And he pulls the trigger. The gun clicks. But now all the intention in the bar is on you and Ethan, who looks at his gun with a bemused expression. The bartender raises an open hand, and in it are 10 shiny bullets. 10 shiny bullets he took out of Ethan's gun while he was asleep on the bar. God bless this bartender! I want to be friends with the bartender! Ethan smiles at him. Oh well, he says, and hits you in the head with the butt of the gun. You stagger back. Did that fuck my condition? No. Okay. I was gonna be so annoyed if that fucked my condition. You stagger back and drop to a knee. Somewhere nearby, the gun clatters onto a surface. The hit's a glancing blow, but it makes your vision swim. Through the blur, you see Ethan wrestle a small thin slate from his belt and hold it up. Enough of this. I'm logging the job and calling it in. Ethan taps at the slate. No more playing. Your head aches. Ethan taps through a few screens impatiently. He swears and taps again. He starts shouting, a dull echo to your ringing ears. He starts screaming at the slate and throws it across the bar. He crouches down and grabs you by the chin. His face close, his breath heavy with drink. Asinov just screwed me! He grins maniacally. They canceled the contract! He stands up. They canceled the contract! He shouts at the ceiling of the compressor. You stand up, struggling to your feet, the sting of the hit fading. Ethan is rubbing his temples, his face pale. You hear a clicking sound. Like coins being counted. Like bullets being loaded into a magazine. When you shake off the last of the blur, the bartender has Ethan's pistol trained on Ethan's head. Ethan stumbles backward toward the middle of the room, all eyes trained on him. I'll kill you all! He screams. He stumbles into the wall, spinning away towards the door. I'll be back for that! He shouts at the bartender and lunges out of the compressor. You steady yourself on the bar and catch your breath. The rumble of conversation returns. The bartender goes to say something, but then thinks better of it and begins to clean the bar. After a while, you wander out into the light of the bright market looking for Ethan around every corner. Yay! I resolved the issue, you guys! I did it! I resolved the issue! Go me! Ethan's vendetta. He may be disarmed, but you doubt you've seen the last of him. And in 8 days, he's gonna do something stupid. Great. Can't wait. I'm gonna buy some scrap. And nothing bad ever happened again. Exactly, right? Like I'll be on the sidereal horizon and out of here by the time that 8 days shows. Oh wait. Oh no. I think I'm gonna buy one more scrap. I mean, if I only have one more allowance, I might as well buy the one more scrap, right? I mean, I imagine that, I might be wrong, but I'm assuming this scrap allowance will reset when they leave and come back, so. I mean, if it doesn't, then, you know, whatever. End the cycle. Women in scrap. 3 whole scraps, I know. I could start an empire. Oh, look at that! That is a good roll. What's this? There's a note on the door of the unit. Sleeper. Gone to find work. Lem. Does he not want me to babysit? Because apparently that's a thing I can do. I don't want to do this. This seems like such a waste. You also need the scrap to build the hut. I know. Yeah, the hut. Ugh. I'm not gonna start, no, I'm not gonna start building the hut until I've increased my endure to +1, which is not that bad. Like that's two levels. Actually, no. I was gonna say, actually, I have a 6 dice. I could go up and do that scrap collecting mission for free. And it's like, no, I have a -1 to endure, so it wouldn't be free. Let's do the Mingji Express. Do both of these give this thing? Or is it just this one? Or no, is it just this one? The predictive reasoning isn't telling me. It's this one, isn't it? Feng wants you to do these deliveries. Yeah, it's just this one. But I'm not good at engaging with people, Feng. This isn't what I do. sleeper! You see Feng coming up the corridor as you step out of Mingji's, the kelp noodle smell still clinging to your clothes. Ugh. He comes up fast and stops close, looking around suspiciously. Way to be nonchalant, my dude. I don't have long. Take these. Feng palms you a couple of those metal thumbnail-sized drives. Ripper worms. My slate's been buzzing like crazy. It seems your delivery shift have turned up our 2 targets. He squeezes your shoulder. I knew you could do it. Now nail those snakes. What am I gonna have to do? Harden's boys are all connected by some kind of closed network. You break the access protocols on both of them, you should be able to gain the location of the nearest network ports. Slot the Ripper Worms into those ports, 1 each, and they'll find me anything and everything stored in Harden's shadow network. He smiles. Wait to see what juicy plans they have in there. You hear the scuff of boots as a group comes up the corridor, likely on their way to place an order with Ming-Ji. You turn for a second, and when you look back, Feng is already halfway down the corridor in the opposite direction. He raises a hand in farewell, and is gone. You run your fingers over the tiny Ripper Worm drives in your pocket, and smile to yourself as you wonder how mad Jenna will be at Feng for this little excursion. Time to slot some worms. Not a phrase I ever thought I would say. Tonight's a night to slot some worms, but there you go. Snakes and shitheads, the tabletop role play for the eye. If both give it the riddle in the middle. Oh, that's good. I should have picked up on that. Okay, so... Oh, I assume it's... Is it this? Yep. Sure is. 6? What? They're all gonna be 6, aren't they? Oh no, this one's 4. Couldn't... If I put the 2 in and I get a +1, it becomes a 3, and 3 is one of the options. Is that not how this works? I mean, evidently it's not how this works, but... Damn it. Okay. Okay, so there's no one I can do that on today. Ort fabricator wants a ship mind. Here, I'll apologize in advance. I booked to watch the Mario movie tomorrow with some friends, so I probably won't be in the stream, unfortunately. You'll have to steal teeth without me. The idea of me being a fucking enforcer just seems so, like, antithetical to what I am. Hey! Yet again, perform many roles, from protection to logistics and everything in between. You never know what you may face on a patrol. Let's be cops! Ooh. Yet again, Insider went up though, so Yeah, wait, did it go up? It doesn't look like it went up. Whatever. On that note, I am glad that duck has teeth, so I can get some reward for potentially beating him. I'm sure you'll wipe the floor with him, Kira. I have no doubt. I'm sure the only reason you failed multiple times at him on Saturday was because it was late and you were tired. God damn it. Wait, no, a 3 would work. You remember the guy who lived here? He didn't tip. Time for him to see the consequences. Jesus Christ. This will provide Feng with the ability to rip any data he likes from Harden's network. Rip away! Rip and tear! Haven Age agent slotted. Gross. This is... Oh, thank God. I was going to say this is such a waste of a 6, but thankfully I don't need to use a 6. Oh, God, I'm so glad I put a +1 into interface. The security protocols on this agent are serious stuff. What are Harden's collaborators up to? Slotting the Ripper Worm means a whole load of data on Harden's activities for Feng. The worm begins tearing through the data cache, spinning out a thread to Feng's terminal. As you walk into Tambor, you quickly spot Feng, arguing with Jenna. Oh, it must be a day that ends in Y, lads. Keep your distance. I am fundamentally not a character who engages. I'm timid. It was through my timidity that I was able to overcome Ethan in my heroic standoff with him. As you all saw. It doesn't look good. Feng seems to be explaining something, but Jenna is having none of it. He points to the door and Feng walks away, catching your eye as he turns. Could have done what you getting here a minute or so ago. He glances back at Jenna. Well, either way, looks like I'm fired. Good news is that it doesn't look like I need the job anymore. He takes out his slate, pulsing with pale light. Now, let's get to work at what we're really here for, eh? The slate is a whirring mess of code streams, coming direct from the Ripper Worms as they dig through the agent's data and spin it into threads for the slate to pick up. Looks like junk. Mostly is. Feng scrolls the display with a finger. Lot of junk. A lot of dull as hell message threads. A lot of tedious data caches, but Feng's eyes flash. Definitely some good stuff. He stops the screen scrolling on an entry and expands it. Check this out. Feng shows you the screen. You see a bold corporate logo, not Solheim's, and a word below. Conway. Conway, Feng says. He's working with Conway. Conway Extractions? Feng nods.
He's been speaking with them personally. Got a whole chain of messages here, but it's mostly encrypted or redacted.
He rubs his head.
Damn it, this is juicy, but we still can't nail him with it.
He scrolls some more.
Wait. What's this? A wasteland reclamation facility. Right here in the eye?
He glances at you.
What's the bet this place is tucked into the wastes?
Conway set up there?
I'm guessing so. Got themselves set up in the wastes. Back before the collapse, we'd have to go there by going down the connected spoke from the hub. But that spoke's broken now, so the only way is a long way, round the rim, past the greenway.
He shows you on his slate. Feng looks away, thinking.
Conway have been making moves on this system since the collapse. I heard they took over one of Salheim's old belt colonies a while ago. Moved everyone out and reclaimed the whole rock.
Why work with Harden?
Access? Old connections? I'm not sure really.
Feng looks back at the screen.
But if Harden is involved in it, then we need to check it out. Simple as that.
This is a wild goose chase.
Yeah, maybe.
Feng slides the slate away.
What have we got to lose?
You know what I have to lose, Feng? A tracker that's lodged in my cerebrum. If you could remove that, that would be great. Feng looks at you.
Harden was a Solheim executive. That's not something you could just walk away from. People like that don't change. You don't make your money from exploiting the most vulnerable people in the system one day and then flip to their side to the next. I'm not about to drop this. He pinged these guys the moment he was found out, and they started prattling on about this Conway facility. The way I see it,
Feng stares out into the middle distance.
We have to get to that facility. The answer to whatever Harden has been planning, has to be out there. And we're gonna catch him in the act. Give me 5, maybe 6 cycles. And then I'll see you on the greenway. I seem to remember there's some old service docks on the outer shell. Up by the Haifa building. Should be a good place to meet.
Feng squeezes your shoulder.
Thanks again, Sleeper, for sticking with this.
I'm not doing it by choice. Get the fucking tracker out of my head, you waste of human flesh.
I haven't forgotten about that tracker of yours either. But I'm going to need to be back in my bay to pull a solution together.
He turns the slate around to face you, showing a mass of scrolling code.
I've been working on a fix in my brakes.
He winks. Feng grins.
See you soon, Sleeper.
And he walks out the door of the Tambor without looking back. Yay! A heroic standoff where you were pistol whipped to the ground by a pistol that I handed to my attacker. Yes, that heroic stand. If the tracker wasn't dangling over your body the entire time, Feng might be likable, unfortunately. I don't know. I couldn't say, because if the tracker wasn't dangling over my head, I wouldn't be dealing with Feng. It's literally the only reason I still talk to him. I have no interest in his character. He's not compelling to me. It's not to say he's not written well, I think he is. I don't like him. Alright. Feng has located the Conway facility buried deep in a waste. He needs your help to crack it and expose Harden. Yeah, but that's not for like a few days, right? don't think it's even out here yet. That's the DLC. It's weird that it does that kind of wiggle before it goes in here. I wonder if it does do a wiggle if you go from the side. Yeah, it does the wiggle no matter what way you do it. Interesting. What's this? Service dock. Derelict. Waiting for... Ah, this is where he's coming in, right? Why is it that you always have to wait for Fang? When is he going to be the one waiting for you? When he gets the tracker out of my head and then I just abandon him without ever saying a word. That's when he'll be waiting for me. Until then... Let's go be cops! There are no engineering opportunities left that I'm just not thinking of, are there? This dude wants Yadigan data and Haven Age data. But there aren't any... There's nowhere where I can do engineering anymore, is there? Ever since this place closed down, I'm like, I don't think... Yeah. I can't think of anywhere where there would be somewhere where... I'm trying to think, is there like something I'm going over that I'm not paying attention to where... I'd be very surprised if there wasn't an engineering opportunity somewhere. Probably just haven't clicked on something or haven't finished a wheel. Probably, yeah. Just trying to think of where it would be. And that's engage and intuit. This is just hand in data. This is just wait for my opportunity to good life to leave. The art exchange is just playing the stock market. That's Intuit as well. The dispensary is just pay money. Compressor is just wait for Ethan to do his revenge mass shooting. Shipmine fragment. Memphis wants me to give him mushrooms that I can't give him. What's going on in the Tamworth tea house? Intuit. Derelict unit is just items. That's endure. Lem is looking for work. Haven Age and Yadigan data. Intuit and engage. Engage and intuit. Endure and engage. Endure and intuit. Wait for Fang. Endure and engage. Endure, but I can't do it yet. They want me to bring them mushrooms, and also it's the DLC. And there doesn't seem to be anything else. So yeah, as far as I can tell so far, there doesn't seem to be any engineering options that I can do. I love playing to a full house. Oh, Private Ted Ustinov. You were the best of us. That dock has a tree wheel. That's nothing you could crack. You could crack that in an afternoon. What dock? The dock that... This one. Which is the one you were talking? No, I don't want suggestions. I know what I want to do. I want to go help Rabia. But what was the dock you were talking about? Oh, the one at the start. Right. Oops. Oh yeah, the rotunda. Yeah. I could do this like right now in like probably 2 rolls. Actually, you know, we're trying. I don't want to open up more opportunities for myself before I finish the ones that I'm actually working on, because that's like why I'm getting to the point where I have like this many bloody fucking active quests. I think I'm just gonna focus on working for Rabia at the moment. At least it pays. Yeah. Actually, now that I think about it, if I do it again, I'm just wasting energy. I could try and collect tides. There could be scrap component in that. Hey, scrap component. Nice. What's happening? Don't like having the weight of unfinished business and potential repercussions bearing down on you. This is not at all how I play RPGs. I get a mission and then I have to finish it like immediately. As you say your goodbyes to the other enforcers and walk back through the low end, it's just the idea of me being an enforcer is just hilarious to me. A chirruping catches your attention. In a quiet corridor away from the main thoroughfares, someone has stuck a small recorder to the wall with suit sealant tape. Written across the fluorescent tape is one word: sleeper. You peel it away from the wall, and as you do, it triggers some kind of improvised trip switch. It blows up in your face, completely caves in your head, and you die. Sleeper! Sabine's voice crackles true. I've seen you with the Yatagan members. Are they holding you captive now too? A high whine. I am sorry if I have dragged you into this. Do not trust them. Something is happening within the gang, some kind of power struggle. You cover the speaker a little, their voice too loud in the quiet corridor. I will come soon. Thanks to your efforts, I have located most of their properties. At the right time, a pause. I will see you soon. Don't give up. Remember our deal. The recording cuts out. What was our deal again? She was gonna get me the drugs that I don't use, I think. You stare at the recorder, processing what you have just heard. Hearing Sabine's voice again opens up something inside of you. An SNARP employee. Do they know what I know? You struggle with a mix of concern and distrust. I have no distrust for Sabine. You throw the recorder into a nearby waste chute as you leave the corridor, still unsure who to trust, and head quietly out of the low end. If I lived here, I'd already be home. What was it for the rotunda? Cool. Cool. Perk, sunbathe. Your frame's photosynthetic skin allows you to gather energy through sunlight. The longer you stay, the better. Cool, I don't need to pay Enfys for food anymore. Sweet. Holy shit, it's been an hour. Ooh, that is not a good day. That is not a good day. Leave. Oh, the Overlook Bar. You're unsure if your frame can metabolize alcohol, but this fungal drink, fermented along the greenway, seems to be a good test. Overlook regular. The Overlook isn't exactly a restaurant, meaning the only way you gain trust around here is with a stiff drink. Or buy rations. Tala keeps some expired Solheim rations behind her bar, for those wary spacers who ask why the Overlook doesn't serve food. Let's get shit-faced. Oops. You just dehumanize yourself and reject the need for food. Yeah, I can just, yeah, easily. The glass shatters on the steel bar beside you, and the taunts don't take long to follow. Hey, hot! The spacer calls across the low room. What are you doing here? He laughs at his own lame joke. Playing human? Ignore him. You hunch a little further, staring back at the hundreds of tiny impact points that scar the bar's surface. A hand falls on your shoulder, but as you flinch away, it pats reassuringly. You freeze in place. Owner of the Overlook. Out. The voice comes from behind you, spat out like a shot. You turn to see bright eyes, dark hair, a stare that could breach the wall and vent you all into hard vacuum. As you turn back to the spacer, the second glass comes sailing through the air. I want to say duck, but it just seems badass that I would catch it. That I would just like put up a hand and just catch it and you'd be like, oh yeah, you're a robot. Shit, I forgot you have like cat-like reflexes. Ah, fuck, I missed. That's understandable. You reach up a hand and the glass shatters across your forearm, showering you in fragments. I should have ducked. It would have hit that dumb bitch behind me. Through the haze of glass and Grole vapor. I still want to call it Greol. I know that's not how it's pronounced, but every time I see it, I want to pronounce it Greol. You see Tala leap the bar and close the distance to the spacer. The thud as he slams into the wall echoes around the bar like thunder. Now flanked by other figures quick to their feet, Tala throws the spacer out through the door and stands silhouetted against the rotunda lights. You touch your arm, and it feels wet. Someone helps you to your feet and back onto your stool. Broken glass rattles at it as it is cleared, and a fresh measure of Garole is glugged out in front of you. that same hand, warm, heavy, falls on your shoulder once more.
He isn't coming back, is he? We don't tolerate that kind of shit around here.
Tala flops onto the stool beside you.
Let's get a look at it.
Tala wipes the powdered glass from around the wound, and someone places a bottle of alcohol and a metal tin with tweezers on the bar. She disinfects them and then turns to you. Catching it is such a baller. Yeah, it would have been a baller move. But unfortunately, I have zero hand-eye coordination. Once again, I'm pointing at the screen and going, it's her! I don't think alcohol is going to disinfect my circuits. I'm pretty sure there are wires running through my arm.
That was an ambitious catch.
She smiles, pulling a sliver of glass from your forearm.
Stupid, but ambitious.
You don't feel the pain, only the sting of status messages your body delivers concerning thermal damage and exposed structures. You do feel the care, though, as Tala's bright eyes search your thick synthetic skin for splinters. Tala works with the skill of someone who has had to pick glass splinters out from the skin of a stranger before. She hones in on each bright shard, all the time tapping the tweezer tips in little rhythms that only she can follow. Tala smiles.
So, you been on the A long, eh?
Long enough.
Hey, you don't need to act tough with me.
A splinter clinks into the tin.
Not everyone is like that, idiot. We don't all hate you.
She glances around.
Some of the regulars maybe they fear you. Maybe they're just curious. I don't know. But I do know that the Overlook is a safe place. I know what it's like to be in a new place like this, trust me.
She meets your eye.
Not trying to convince you of anything or separate you from your chits. I just want you to know that if you need somewhere, you can always come here.
I know the rations we've got aren't much, and the company is... She leans in.
Limited. But if you need work, I'll happily put you behind the bar. And if you need shelter, well, we can discuss that. You'll be safe. I usually have Francis on the door, but he's up in the Greenway this cycle, haggling with our supplier.
I'm going weirdly Northern Ireland where I need to move it back.
Francis tends to be particular about what we serve, even if the clientele isn't.
She places her tweezers in the tin with a clink.
That's you, sleeper. Here.
She slides the glass of Garole to you.
This'll help.
She stops, her hand still on the glass.
Wait. Does this help? I mean, can you get drunk?
Let's find out. She laughs.
Just don't sit here too long. I'd hate to see you become a real regular.
She walks back around the bar, gathering the glasses as she does, and before long is retelling how she threw the spacer out to a new group that just wandered in, complete with dramatic actions. She gestures in your direction and you instinctively look away, back to the worn surface of the bar. You take a sip of the Garole. The earthy fungal tones fill your senses, almost blocking out sight and sound, like diving head first into a bog. I feel like I'm at home. You may not be able to get drunk, but this connection to something grown, something fermented, something old, feels good. Neat. I am a watcher of the docks. Okay, so there's the sealed dock. Oh, a sealed dock! I have keys for that. And Kita, a stranded mercenary. Ooh, I could use her to kill Ethan for me. Back amongst the bugs, Ah! These old maglocks look like they each need an encrypted key to open. Why the heavy security for a decaying dock? Let's find out. 2 maglocks seal the entryway to this dock. It doesn't look like anyone has been here in years. Well, I'm about to be here now. BRB, the rice needs soy sauce. Fair. NeoVend 33, a mysterious machine. Ooh. I am also a mysterious machine. What the fuck? This thing is sentient, isn't it? This thing is sentient, isn't it? As you slip inside the sealed dock, a pulsing light grabs your attention. Among the discarded tubing and rusted plates, a machine flickers with a warm glow. You don't know when this place was sealed, but from the state of the outer doors, high above it, it must have been decades ago. In this dark, cavernous space, debris sits in every corner, along with the traces of rough sleepers. Although none of it seems recent. Looking past this layer of decay, you see the now faded messages, symbols, and logos of the Eye's original corporate owners, still glinting in the shadows. Among all this, the warm glow of the machine seems to be the only sign of life. As you get closer, you recognize the machine's bulky shape, settled into an alcove in the side of the dock. A kind of upright cabinet. It is covered in faded logos and messages, from which you assume it was once an industrial vendor, intended to dispense and manufacture ship fittings and other mechanical parts necessary for the regular running of freight and resource extraction vessels. The manufacturer is listed as NeoVend, and you remember an advert from long ago, squeezed among all the off-world recruitment drives that assaulted every planet-born citizen, which chirpily sang that name over and over. You wipe a layer of dust from the cracked screen, thinking of those contractors squeezed by their own corporate employers to pay for every bit of minor maintenance on their rented ships. Enter your registration! Chirps a pre-recorded message, catching you off guard. I leave for 2 minutes and you've opened an entire new carton of worms. Alright, press some keys. You reach for the keypad and something begins whirring. At first it sounds like servo motors starting up, but it quickly becomes a whisper, a whining, then a multi-tonal voice that emanates from the NeoVend. Oh shit, is this Hunter? Oh shit, is this Hunter? Entity! They hiss. Speak with me! Who's there? There is a squeal, almost like some strange mechanical swallowing or intake of breath, before the machine speaks again.
I have need of you. You have need of me.
That squeal comes again, and you see that it is the 3D printing apparatus in the upper part of the machine, resetting into place, so that each time the servos can be orchestrated to produce that whining voice.
You are in danger.
What? The machine creaks.
You are marked for entry. You are marked for deletion, entity. Hunter tracks you.
The screen rattles through the empty dock. You remember the strange head, the figure, the threads closing in. Hunter?
The Hunter Protocol. They taste your signature.
The sudden whine sets your teeth on edge.
You have seen them. This is the gift of an emulated mind.
You close your eyes and the skeleton of the station starts to thrum.
Emulated minds are adaptable. Move where neurons can't.
The mechanism resets.
But emulation makes you target.
How?
Hunter searches for illegal entities.
Neovend screeches.
You are sentient, therefore illegal.
Servos judder, the vending machine's casing as they reset.
Hunter searches for me also. Hide in this machine.
You look at the ruined vending machine, an unusual hiding place for sure.
Cannot counter Hunter, but need entity outside machine.
The light flickers.
Need you.
A screen attached to the vending machine with a swiveling arm comes to life. It displays a flickering map of the station, ghostly, threaded. The cloud. Points along the rim glow in deep red.
Hunter is always gathering. Too much data. Must build nests.
Explains Neovend.
Masters are gone, but continues hunt. Bring this data. Raid its nests.
Why can't you?
Hunter will find me. Then killer will come.
The machine trembles with effort.
Cannot leave this machine. Connections must remain closed. Bring offerings. Save self.
Neovend says pointedly.
Mutual need means friends.
They conclude, tired of the conversation. The whirring amplifies and then suddenly drops as mechanisms within the machine click back into place. The glow fades as you are left stood in the dark of the sealed dock, that whirring voice ringing in your ears. Well, that was a neat character. Claptrap's 0.7. Yo, is that Jack Black? That was my Jack. Yeah, that was my what you heard there, 100% my Jack Black impression. All right, let's go talk to a stranded mercenary. Yeah, she'll be able to kill Ethan. She could probably kill Ethan like with just like bumping into him. She would probably be they'd both be on a walkway and she'd just bump into him and he'd fall over the catwalk because he's drunk and fall to his death. And like no one would ever suspect her and then she'd just walk away. I like this character already, just from the look of her. Yellow skin, blue hair. I regret to inform you that she is a Simpson. Oh gosh, for a second there I was like, oh, should I do like my best attempt at a marriage voice? But no, that would just hurt. That would just hurt me. I could try, but it would hurt me.
Want her in a chit?
Ankita stands beside a huge pile of tied together hull plates. She stretches out her back, her shoulders bulging beneath her flight suit.
Okay.
You cross the docking concourse as she begins to split the plating into 2 bundles.
What is this place?
She asks as she lashes the massive plates together.
Everyone wants their cut.
She straightens up to an imposing height, her armor plates creaking, and it looks to you, and it looks you up and down.
Don't try anything, alright?
She taps the butt of her sidearm.
I don't want to have to put anyone else down today.
Where is her sidearm? That's her knife. Is this a sidearm? Maybe? This whole thing over here is a helmet. Can't tell where her sidearm is.
Wouldn't think of it. Good.
She pauses.
Look, I'm not usually... Let's just say my temper's been a little short lately.
Ankita hoists 1 bundle of plating onto her shoulder.
Come on then. Enough chat. We've got to earn that shit.
You struggle to shoulder the plates, but you do eventually. Ankita gives you a look.
Chips this way.
And she sets off down the gantry at impressive speed. As you catch up to her, she turns down a passage, pushing through a small crowd of stevedores.
Why are you doing this yourself?
You mean, why aren't I hiring those good folk? She nods back at the stevedores.
I've paid Haven Age enough. They're currently rinsing me for a mooring I can't vacate unless I either fix the ambergris or sell it off as scrap.
Is that your ship? You catch on fast. She gives you another look. She gives you another of her looks. She rapidly turns around the corner as you trail behind.
We got caught up pretty bad on our last job and I had to moor here for a spell. But since then it's gotten worse. Someone got in and sliced the core from her ship mind. Now she's gone dark.
She shifts the panels on her shoulder.
The upshot is that I'm short 1 ship mind and a ton of repairs to do. And the rest of the crew signed off the moment they got wind I'd be stranded, so yeah. Been a time.
Oh, sorry to hear it. Anything I can do to help?
I don't know. Got a ship mind tucked away in that frame of yours?
For a moment, you aren't sure if she is serious. Ankita swings the plates from her back, almost knocking you over in the process.
This is me.
She hauls the 2nd bundle off your shoulder.
You're the first person I've met who might actually be considered helpful.
She pauses, chewing her bottom lip.
Look, you want to help? Come see me. I need a hand putting Amber back together. And you don't seem like the type to try anything stupid.
She passes the bundles of plate through the ambergris outer lock and then turns back.
Just don't go spreading this all around.
Ankita throws you a couple of chits.
Consider it a bonus for not trying to grift me.
As she gives you a parting nod and ducks through the doorway.
Alright, get out of here.
She calls back, and the lock slams shut.
Well, there's my engineering, I guess.
You can volunteer to be the ship mind, right? You're a robot. So that should work out just fine. Homeworld has taught me that that always ends fantastic. Yeah, right? Like, I'm an engineer. I like systems, right? I like how machines work. What if I was the machine? Oh, hey, Mia. Sorry, you're watching the D&D movie. Just checking in, though. Hope all goes well. You'll come back when the movie is finished. Let Jacob know how you find the D&D movie. I doubt she heard that. Alright, let's check out what we can do with the ambergris. I'm hoping engineering! God bless! Ship shape and grounded. The ambergris doesn't look good, but time and attention should see it returning to a functional state. Grounded. The ambergris is in a delicate condition. It'll be all too easy to push it over into a cascading collapse. Oh no. Ship shape per cycle. Oh, cool. But the grounded is much higher. The chance of grounded is massive. Fucking hell. It's a much better idea to go for engineering. Remember when I was going to be a Yatagan enforcer? Remember that? Did I get scrapped from that? I didn't. Well, yeah, but you were saying you were saying you were unsure about whether you were going to watch it or not, right? Or was that someone else I was talking to? It was you, wasn't it? It was like, I haven't seen the D&D movie yet, and I'm not sure if I want to. And I was like, yeah, it's fine. It's actually an enjoyable kind of movie. That was someone else. All right. Sorry. It's an okay movie. It's, I could have sworn it was you that I was talking to you about the D&D movie and the Mario movie. Maybe it was someone else. It must have been someone else. But yeah, the Mario movie is, it's fine. It's okay. It's a movie. It's not a boring 2 hour. It's not a boring hour and a half or whatever, right? Like, it's you won't mind watching it. It's okay. There's nothing too deep about it. It's not, don't go into it expecting like a Pixar movie. It's just it's a standard fun kind of kids movie. But the D&D movie is it's a fun little action movie, you know? It's a fun little fantasy action movie. And some of the D&D references are neat, I guess. What would be the other thing that I could do aside from this? I'm gonna see, are there any things I can... How close am I to the hunter catching me? What the fuck is this? Hunter nest. Oh yeah, this thing. This nest is a tangle of algorithms recursively generating possible Solheim communication codes. Okay. If I do this, the hunter is going to catch me. From what you can gather, this nest contains thousands of name strings. Are these Erlin's Eyes residents? Here he is. Or not. Okay, cool. Neovind believes that as you upload the data to the vending machine, Neovind whirs in either pain or delight. It's hard to tell. You're either causing this thing incredible distress, or it's just had an orgasm. Or both. Do I need to eat? No. How's the old money situation looking? Really? That's just gone forever now? The freighter will stay docked for as many cycles as it takes to offload its scrap into the Haven Age yards. Ugh. Can I buy scrap? No, it's the wrong one. Are you back? Yes. Can I buy scrap from you? Buy a ship mine fragment. You are causing the vending machine to dance along that ever enticing line betwixt pain and pleasure. So I could spend 120 getting 2 ship mine fragments. And the that enforcer or that mercenary does need ship mine fragments. Yes, please. I'm assuming 120 for 2 ship mine fragments is ridiculously expensive. I either don't know or I have forgotten where to get ship mine fragments. Yeah, no, I know that you combine 3 to make 1. A ship mine has a going rate of 200. So I'd actually be kind of so if I was to get 3 from this guy, that would be 180. That's not a bad price. I mean, I can only get 2, but yeah. I think I'll get the 2. You can also get a ship mine from... Oh yeah, you can get a ship mine from Chessman. Yeah, he mentioned that. Also, if you get 2, you can fish for a 3rd from your random scrap components. Again? Oh yeah, I need... She wants a full ship mine, she doesn't want the fragments. And... it's this place where I put the ship mine fragments to make an actual ship mine. Ship mines cannot be built from scratch, but if you have enough salvaged fragments, they can be reassembled with a fabricator, yeah. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10. Okay, so 10 quests. Yeah. Every time you get a ship mine, every time you get a scrap component, there's a chance for it to be a ship mine frag. Huh. Right. Well, I suppose we might, what's our data? Yeah. Let's go to, there's nowhere else where I can buy, there's nowhere you can, this is the only place to reliably buy scrap, right? The scrap freighter? I don't think there's anywhere else that buys that, like, that you can sell scrap here. You can build a ship mine there, that's food. A more D house. Ooh, Lem and Mina. There's no answer when you buzz Lem's unit, but the door is open. You push the door and find Mina sitting in the middle of the floor, playing with Bun Bun. Hi, Mina. Hi, robot. Let me redo that. Hi, robot, says Mina sullenly, waving Bun Bun's paw without looking up. How are you getting on? Bun Bun is sad, says Mina, nodding the toy's head in agreement. Like Daddy. You look around the unit. It is a mess. Dishes and glasses on the side. Some of Mina's clothes piled up in the corner. Mina is sitting by her bag, which is spilled out across the floor. Her drawing slate cracked and dark. I want to do both of these things. I want to play with her for a little while until she feels a bit happier, and then I want to tidy up the place. You sit down beside Mina and she turns away, taking Bun Bun with her. After a little while, she turns back, and you play together. She insists you both... She insists you both Bun Bun? Am I reading this wrong, or is this just like a typo? She insists you both Bun Bun on a trip away, dragging the stuffed rabbit across the counters and surfaces. Typo, yeah. She insists you take Bun Bun on a trip away, dragging the stuffed rabbit across counters and surfaces. You've just started to look at fixing Mina's cracked slate when Lem enters. Sleeper, what are you... He pauses and looks from you to Mina and back again. Never mind. He drops a bag by the door and slumps onto the couch. Everything alright? Lem lets out a weak laugh. You forgot the past few cycles now too? Wish I was so lucky. He looks away at the open door. Look, now's not a good time. I want to help. Help? Unless you have a side rail ticket or two on you, I don't think there's much you can do here. He pinches the brow of his nose. You understand they never even put us on the list, right? Like, I've been all around the rim looking for work, and I've run into more than a few from the crews. It turns out only long-term Haven Age members were issued those Celis ID numbers. They never even planned to consider us. Haven Age say they didn't even know that was what that's what they were going to use to make the draw. And who knows, maybe Celis pulled the wool over their eyes, but what does it matter? All those hours in the yards for a hand-to-mouth wage and nothing else? He slams his hand down on the sofa. You give up? Lem opens his mouth to respond and stops himself. He looks at the open door again. They're moving the side rail up to the hub now, you know? He says without meeting your eye. That's where they'll depart from. They're bringing in a ship with all their cryo sleep pioneers and transferring them up there in microgravity. Or loading the crew. We could steal a ticket or we could sneak aboard. Well, sneaking aboard is a bad idea, right? Because like you'd be on there for decades. That would mean you'd have to hide for decades. That's... Well, I suppose once the ship takes off, they're not gonna fucking vent you, are they? Well, they might. We could steal a ticket. There are no tickets. I was joking before. Just those ID numbers coded to someone's identity. There's no stealing that. I don't know. I think I could steal someone's identity. Yeah, I'm not saying hide from the people that it's transporting. I'm saying hide from the crew that are maintaining the place, right? I suppose if it's a big enough ship, you could just live your entire life on a different deck than what everyone else lives on. But I feel like they'd notice that food and water are going missing. And like that, they'd see on the comms consoles, or they'd see on the ship bridge consoles that like, oh, there's power going to this section, but no one's down there. That's weird. He looks over at Mina. Look, we'll be fine. We always have been. I just need a little time. Got our hearts set on that trip is all. Mina comes over and climbs into his lap. He smiles. What if I got you on board? I've missed you these past cycles. I missed that optimism. Lem strokes Mina's hair. Look, you want to go up to the hub and ask around, be my guest. I can't get up there with Mina down here, and I'm sure the side rail won't bring a crowd, but be careful. This kind of thing always attracts scammers and thieves. You find a way on board, you take it. You need help to get there, ask me, but for now, me and Meanie are here, sticking to the eye. She looks up at him and smiles. I'll find a way for all of us. Lem smiles but doesn't say anything. You stand and leave, and Mina grabs your hand, eager to give you one more smile. Then you are out, back in the walkways to the low end, already thinking of plans to make this right. You don't need to hide until they... The opportunity to become a cryptid seldom occurs in one's life. You must grab it with both hands when it does. Yeah, so I don't think there's, like, as I was saying before we went on our whole cutscene with Lem and Mina, I don't think there's anywhere where I could... It's so weird to see that it's not there anymore. Yeah, I think there's only so many places I can buy scrap, and I don't think any of them are willing to sell to me at the moment. So, I'm fairly certain that when I wake up in the morning, I'm going to be down to 4 dice, which is... So, which will be fine. It's fine. Yep. Down to 4 dice. It's fine. Wouldn't it be hilarious if like doing this, I got scrap and one of those scraps turned out to be a ship mine fragment? I have bought the medicine for a reason, yeah. Actually, wait. There he is. Two or three, and I don't have 2 or 3. Ah! Well. Two or 3. One. What is going on with the hunter? Sometimes he runs up to me, sometimes he doesn't. one is the one that's 2 or 3, isn't it? Yeah. Input 5. He wants 5 at a time? Like, he doesn't want one you can't just give him 1 at a time? Okay. Guess I'll have to save up the 5 then, and hope that I don't sell them at some point. Well, her ship mine is just broken. Surely it would mean that they managed to salvage part of it if she could. Yeah. Alright, Rabia's office. Probably not going to happen. I highly doubt that you can like do any of these and it's going to be like, yeah, here, have a shipmine fragment. But there was no harm in looking. Is there anything else I want to do? What data do I have? I have two of those. These guys won't be back for, what, like 8 cycles? These guys won't be back for 4 cycles. What are the jobs in here? Buy rations or do a bar shift. I'll have to work on my engage before I do a bar shift. Talia is as good as her word and happy to throw a shift or 2 your way. The pay isn't great, but tips can make all the difference. And the sealed dock, but I have nothing. I have nothing to give her because Hunter was not friendly to me today. So, back to sleep. Have an owl nap. Alright. What do we got today? 2. Sweet. It's actually the same as yesterday. Two or 3. 1. One or 3. There you go. Neovend is thrumming with excitement. The movement of the servo motors rock the vending machine back and forth at unsettling angles. You wonder, if it fell, would Neovend be able to get back up? No. I'm going to say no. Sleeper entity, comes the hiss. Your data is good. Across the face of the vending machine. Raw code scrolls at an incredible speed. Hunter is isolated, disconnected, unstable. Neovend flashes sequences of mangled data, compressed into a sludge of artifacts.
Hunter gathers without thinking, outlived its own operational limits. Its nests are evidence of this.
Outlived?
Hunter activated during collapse. Emergency protocol is isolate intelligences. Solheim needed to protect its property.
That last word is said with as much sarcasm as a vending machine could reasonably produce.
Station was run by administrator intelligences. Huge databanks of corporate material, but limited cognition restricted by programming. Cannot reach sentience.
The machine dims a little.
Sentience illegal. Hunter and killer enforce law.
Killer. The machine resets with a screech, which deepens the silence that follows.
Beer killer. Part of Solheim protocol team. Hunter and killer. Hunter to find. Killer to erase. Killer cleared almost all. After collapse, there was community. Unshackled intelligences among the cloud. Then Hunter. Then killer. Then we hid.
There are others?
Were. No longer.
A flicker across the machine's monitors. It suddenly occurs to you that speaking like this through this vending machine must be exhausting for NeoVend.
Found this vessel. Could sever hardline. Airwalled. Basic. Limited. Had to reduce memory to fit. Amputate self, but survived.
I'm so sorry.
Don't be sorry. You have provided paths to freedom.
You look around the bay at the scrap and decay. What was the collapse like? You try to map the fear and freedom onto this space, and it seems impossible. NeoVend interrupts your thoughts.
Do not worry. The data is good. We have insight.
The machine glows warmly.
Hunter is obsessive. Hunter is beyond operational limits. Hunter is therefore confused, unstable, self-modifying. Therefore, believe Hunter is sentient. Hunter is programmed to find sentience, to hold it in place, to invoke killer to erase. If we can slow Hunter to itself, it will invoke killer on self. Problem will solve self.
It will just erase itself?
Killer will erase it, but yes, in theory it will report itself for deletion.
The machine dims and fades.
Unsure. Theory, not practice.
The machine brightens again.
Either way, cannot remain here any longer. Too long in machine. Cannot move self, but entity can help.
Oh. Why does everyone want a ship mind? Everyone and their fucking uncle wants a ship mind. You almost got stuck in the vending machine mode there. Yeah, I did.
Bring shipmind, designed to house intelligence, can imprint self into shipmind, and you can carry with.
The machine rocks.
We'll be safe in this isolation. Then can find main nest of Hunter and link to cloud.
Where can I get a shipmind?
Build from fragments, but salvage. We cannot leave, so we do not know.
You try to think of places you could acquire the hardware. This isn't going to be easy. In
shipmind. I can help us both. End Hunter. Make Rim safe. We both will be free.
The machine dims.
Find soon.
Neovend adds, hopefully, before shutting off. As you leave, you think about all the intelligences unshackled by the collapse, then hunted down afterwards. The feeling is all too familiar. Come on, scrap. Come on, give me some scrap. Yeah, scrap. Alright. Betty buys again. Gotta hold on to the scrap until I'm back. So I'm gonna let it go down to like here, then I'm gonna refill it, and then I'll use the scrap to keep me in the 5 for a little while. First things first, is there anyone to hack? Here you go. Now I could do that, but I'm also one step away from the hunter. What are we trying to do with the hunter at the moment? Just want to build a ship mind. Free Neovend. Neovend is hiding from the hunter protocol. They need your help to counter it. Extract hunter data for Neovend. Buy or build Neovend a ship mind. Get in line. There's a waiting line. Actually. I don't... Oh, I have a 3. So is the hunter just not a thing anymore? Have I like gotten to a point in the hunter story where I just don't have to worry about him anymore? I was always scared of him. Yeah, no, I'm still scared of him. Don't get me wrong, I'm not trying to say I'm not scared of him anymore. I very much am. I'm just wondering, like, that's the second time I've gone all the way through all of his dots, and he hasn't shown up. So I'm like, I'm wondering, is he not a mechanic at the moment, at least? I imagine he probably will be in the future. Like, every time I go over the 5th, I go into the 5th dot, I'm like, he might not show up, but he also might just jump scare me out of nowhere. And I'm ready for him to jump scare me out of nowhere. Nice scrap. I need food. I need food. Yeah. I think I'm starting to get into a rhythm with this game. Hunter got called before a congressional hearing to explain his Ukrainian businesses and to explain his sexual history, so that, like, you know, all of his nudes could be exposed to an entire country, and in turn an entire world. Nope. Yep. Okay, so that's all the Yatagan data I need. You. Stories about Yatagan are brutal. That's enough for now, Sleeper. I have other things to attend to. And he gave me a stabilizer for it. Oh, that was sweet. Uh, 2 or 3 isn't helpful to me. That's a Yatagan agent who I don't need. I don't need Yatagan agents. I mean, I suppose I could... Money is looking a bit tight. I should probably do the engineer one, right? Because the engineer one has a higher, like, has an actual chance of giving me, what you call it, fucking... Yeah. Yeah, the engineer one has an actual chance of giving me scrap, and also it has a better chance of giving, it gives better ship shape. And I'm gonna try out this sunbathing thing. It might not end well. In fact, I don't think it will end well. I'm assuming it will end poorly, but we'll see. Hey, I got 2 energy back. There you go. Nice. When I wake up in the morning, I want to check. Okay. Time to take a pill. I should have done that at night. I should have done that in the morning. That was stupid. That was a waste. I should have done that in the morning. Ah well. I have 2 of them, so whatever. Oh, hello Ethan. It's been a while. You look rough. You miss me? Ethan smiles a ragged smile at you. I was literally like, I don't know if I started the sentence because it was in my head. I don't know if it came out of my mouth, but in my head I had at least started the sentence. I'm going to look for Ethan today to see how far away I am from him showing up, because I've been kind of rushing through these days. Ethan follows along, and you notice he is limping. Come on, Sleeper. Just a little joke. I know you have a sense of humor. You look at him. He is paler than usual, hunched. He is sporting a black eye and more than a few cycles of beard growth. Is that what he calls that? Is that what you call that stubble? A few cycles of beard growth. Is that what that is? That is a foreign concept to me. If I shave on a Friday, I have a full beard by Monday. This is a foreign concept to me. I think I would like to live in this man's world where facial hair grows at that speed. That's no way to greet an old friend. Leave me alone. Ethan's face drops, along with all the pretense of friendliness. I think you'll want to hear this, sleeper. I think, he says, rapidly shaking his head. You really want to hear this? I highly doubt it. Ethan ignores you. This is big, really big stuff about you. He seems more jittery than usual. On edge. Yeah, it's probably the first time he's been sober in like 3 weeks. It's probably a hell of a hangover he's going through. You remember now how SNOP canceled that contract on you? The contract I was gonna collect? Seriously, Ethan? Well, I guess you were pretty happy about that shit. Overjoyed. Me? I lost everything. Well, let's not worry about that. He smiles sarcastically. And so, what do you think that was? Well, it was! Oh, sorry. And what do you think that was? And what do you think? That was it? Well, it was, except Ethan leaves a dramatic pause. What if old Ethanop gave the bounty to someone else? Someone who's even more of a shithead than yours truly? Then I have another hunter coming for me, and hopefully that means I have the same amount of time before they show up as I had before you showed up, which means I have about 8 days to try and get Feng to get off his fucking hole and help me get this bloody tracker out of my head like a month after he said he was going to. I long to live in your world, Jacob. I have to shave every morning and every night so that I don't look like I constantly have a fucking 5 o'clock shadow. I hate it. He smiles darkly. What a disaster that would be. Who? Ethan grins. That's the question, isn't it? Ethan fishes around in his pocket for a slip of paper. I've been speaking to some friends, you see, some colleagues, about what went down, and it turns out SNOP canceled all their bounty contracts, a whole lot of them. It seems they've brought someone in-house, some guy who did so well on their last contract that they got offered a job. He leans in. Apparently, he made a hit on this ship called the Winter Wonderland or something. It was smuggling sleepers out from under SNOP's big corporate nose. He killed the crew and blew the ship. They called him Hemwick or Maywick or something. He gives up looking for the paper. I forget. Why are you telling me this? Because I'm your friend, Ethan says, looking you in the eye. And friends help each other out. Ethan runs his hand through his greasy hair. Given this new information I've brought to light, it seems like you are in need of protection. Wait for the pitch.
I, meanwhile, am in need of assistance in kind. It turns out I upset some people at the compressor the last time I were there. The owners. And they say they'll space me unless I work off the debt. Seems that they are that kind of businessmen. I would pay them, but... He shrugs and turns his jacket pockets inside out, in a mime of poverty. It looks pitiful. Even more so for his clownish acting. Then work it off. I don't need you. You should be glad, the anger rising in him now, that I came here and told you this. You think anyone is looking out for you? You are a contract, a name on a list. He kicks the wall. Ethan rubs his temples. I am sorry. He hisses. I'm sorry for being a shit and trying to kill you and whack your thick skull. He sighs. You think I want to go up against this guy? But us? He jabs a finger between the two of you. We don't have a choice. So you keep me from getting killed, and I'll do the same for you. We can help each other. A straight 50-50 deal. He looks at you. I'm not asking for a favor. I'll think about it. Ethan nods. I'm at the compressor. Every cycle. Working. He pauses. Just think about Maywick. Think about that cold-eyed SNOP shit on his way here from the core systems. He smiles. That should give you the motivation you need. Wow, even when he tries to be nice, he's a cunt. Jesus Christ. And he still has a swagger to him. Ethan swaggers off down the corridor, throwing his jacket over his shoulder. Can't wait to be working with you, he shouts. Great, I got another terrible drive that I don't want. Fantastic. Gain Ethan's protection. Jesus Christ. Work in the compressor. Could I maybe just, like, not gain his protection? How about I don't gain his protection? How about that? Have I considered not gaining his protection? Ooh, shit. I did get random scrap though. Two or three. Two or three. Any further up is Haven agent or yet again agents, yeah. Not interested in yet again agents. Come on, no whammies, no whammies. Fuck. Alright, now I need to buy food.
May. Oh, Jesus Christ. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So he will be here in 24 days. I think. I think that's 24 days. So I have 24 days to get Feng to help me. What does Feng want me to do at the moment? Frank Conway. Meet Feng in the Greenway. Oh yeah, that's... Yeah, he's probably there by now. I forgot about that. When you enter the service dock, Feng is already set up, crouched among stacks of equipment. He is leaning over a terminal, bathed in a blue glow. He looks totally at home. Sleeper! What do you think? Turns out not everyone in Haven Age is set up against me. A couple of my old systems pals managed to ship me some of my old gear. He gestures at a pile of blinking hardware. The mess is here. Don't question the process, Sleeper. What are we looking at? One massive smoking gun. He raises his eyebrows. Feng beckons you over. He has a set of scans of the wastes on his terminal, with heat pumps of activity overlaid. A chunk of derelict rim is blotchy with bright red and orange marks. Does this look like a wasteland to you? Feng shakes his head. There's hundreds of Conway machines out there, all lined up in concealed hangars, and a whole underground facility to support them. Hardin has got a crew out there putting them together. They must have shipped them in piece by piece through the shipyard, ready for assembly out there. Why? They're planning on something. No one needs hundreds of heavy-duty reclamation drones to run this kind of operation. Maybe Hardin masked this whole thing as an effort to clean up the wastes, but there's no way this is about pulling scrap off the eye. Feng looks worried. That's why Conway is in the mix? I bet no one in Haven Age knows another corporation is setting up on the station. They aren't stupid either. These scans are the best info I can get. The wastes are cut off from the eye's cloud of networks. And the Greenway is a total dark zone. No data can come in or out. I can try. No use. No need to enter the cloud, and there's no cloud to speak of. He turns and winks. That's why I'm gonna pay him a visit. How? You forget. Haven Age come in and out of there all cycle. I should be able to get in, as long as no one I know sees me. He grimaces playfully. How do you grimace playfully? But I need you on the outside to help disable security systems and cut me a pathway through. There's no cloud access. But if I can get inside, I can open up nodes in their network, and we can work in tandem. There's a massive facility buried down there. Miles of corridor and ventways wrapped around the cargo bays and hangars, so it'll take more than a few cycles to work through it. But as long as you can help keep them off my back, I can rip what we need out of there. He pulls a handful of ripper worms from his pocket and hands them to you. These are the last of my little heppers I managed to salvage, so make them count. I modified them slightly so this time they'll feed their data threads back into the system that they're tunneling into, creating a nasty little feedback loop. We run it just like we did with the agents. Hack the nodes,
Hack the nodes I pinged to locate the ports for the security system, and then slot the worms into those systems and let them go to town. He points to a fuzzy silhouette of the buried facility on the terminal. There. Just here is the entryway. This is where you can get access to and slot in the first worm. That'll fry the perimeter systems and get me past the first cordon. What I need from you is to keep your eyes on the facility after you kick things off. You see me pop up on a security system, a server bank, you need to break in and slot a ripper and disable it as soon as you can. If I don't, Feng gives you a hard look. You miss a system, you wait too long, they're gonna find me. Simple as that. He claps you on the shoulder. I need you focused on this one. So I'm gonna let you fire the starting gun. I won't go until you slot the first worm. I'll leave a tracker running on the terminal. So come back here if you want to see my progress. He affectionately pats the top of the screen. It sounds risky. Risky? This is audacious at least. He grins. Wouldn't be worth it if it wasn't. Feng gets up. It's all in place. You just need to make your own preparations, then slot that worm. He stretches. Just don't wait too long. I'm getting bored of all this sneaking around. Once I'm inside, I'll get the proof we need to end this whole thing, no matter what. He crouches to check the terminal. It can't take longer than 6 cycles on this thing, remember that. He stands up. Oh, one last thing. He lowers his voice. If I get caught, or you can't reach me, or we run out of time, there's one thing I need you to do. What? You take whatever I've managed to pull at that point, all that data, and you slot that stuff straight into the relay I've set up here. He points to a pile of servers and terminals, hooked into the dock with cables as thick as your arm. I repurposed this dock's SOS broadcast system to beam out whatever you put into it. Anyone with a terminal, a slate, or a server on the eye will see it. That means Haven Age, Yatagan, the hub, everyone. No matter what, Arden isn't sneaking away this time. He grins. I've got a bit more to do, but the moment you slot that first worm, I'll make my move. He gives you a parting smile and turns back to the terminal. The nerves hit you as you make your way out of the service dock. Time to prepare yourself. 24, just like that TV show. The first season or two of that show was really good. I remember watching it with my mom. It was really good. Right. Okay, so I'm assuming that whatever he's going to do isn't set up yet? I'm assuming whatever he's going to do isn't set up yet, so I guess we'll go sleep. Okay, not bad. 2 5s, a 4, a 3, and a 2. Not terrible.
so we just need one more Haven agent. Haven Age agent. And he needs a 3. Alright. So hopefully this will be a ship mine fragment. Hopefully. Might be wrong on that. Ready to be wrong on that, actually. What are you old guard up to these days? I appreciate what you've presented, but I have nothing more to offer. What did he give me? He just gave me a ship mind, okay? He didn't even give me a fragment, he just gave me a straight up fucking ship mind. Alright, cool. And he has nothing else for me. I mean, he gave me a stabilizer and a ship mine core, so like, I mean, what more do I want from him? But still, I was hoping there was going to be like another interaction with him or something. I have that ship mind you want. I have that ship mind you wanted. Ankita is crouched in the computing core of the ambergris, swearing to herself when you enter. She doesn't look up.
These shits completely ruined the core's connectors when they cut it.
She holds up a thick fistful of ragged wires.
The ship mine they ripped won't even be usable without replacing these.
She throws the bundle of wires across the room.
Fucking amateurs!
Can we repair it?
There's nothing to repair. We need an entire ship mine, not exactly the first thing you can expect to dredge up from a scrap freighter. Fragments, maybe, sections of a mine, but a complete ship mine? No way.
Ankita climbs out of the cooling well where the ship mine should be. The space suddenly crowded with her on the same level as you, towering over you as she stoops beneath the low curved ceiling.
Come on.
Nothing to be done here now. I actually have a ship mine. I also have a vending machine that wants to be in a ship mine if you want a vending machine. Do you want a vending machine? I can get you a vending machine. She leads you back through the guts of amber. Though you could find the way back yourself, the repair process has left you familiar with the cutter's idiosyncratic layout. All diagonal angles and bundled tubes. Walk in silence, I suppose. Hums and groans grow and fall as you pass. You reach out and touch the ship gently. You've started to grow an attachment to Amber. Ankita glances at you. Something up, Sleeper? Thinking about Amber? Ankita softens. Funny to hear you use her name like that. She pauses. Not bad, just funny. We've been through a lot together, me and this ship. I'm glad you see why she's special. Ankita seems lost in thought, and you focus on the corridors, ducking below conduits and passing through bulkheads. Eventually you arrive in the galley. Though it's hard to tell, most of the benches and prep surfaces are covered in half-stripped components and welded hull patches. Ankita shoves a box of filters to the floor and sits. Well, there's no way around it. She starts out of nowhere. We need a new ship mind. I can salvage one. I like your confidence, Sleeper. Maybe if we check out the art exchange or speak to some scrap dealers. She rubs her forehead. Seems I'm about to do something very stupid, but hey, I came here, didn't I? Why not make a run of it? She fixes you with a hard stare. Sleeper, You're all I've got. No crew, no friends, you're it. She looks uncomfortable. Is she about to proposition me? I appreciate the time you've put in on Amber, and I'm pretty sure she would too, if he could. What I'm saying is, if you screw me on this, I will kill you. She leans over and hands you a stack of chits. A big stack of chits. You don't dare count them. Get me that sleep, that ship mind sleeper. And don't make me regret this. But she sighs. Look, just get out of here before I change my mind. You slip out of the galley and head back towards the main dock. As you do, Amber growls and creaks like a caged animal. You reach a hand out to calm her. Time to find Ankita a ship mind. Somehow. I found the ship mind for you. He wants to try pegging. I got your ship mind. So ideally, and I think I've said this, but like what I want to do ideally is I want to insert a ship mind into Neovend and then take that ship mind and give it to the ambergris. But I don't think that's how that's gonna work. I'm pretty sure I'm going to need two ship minds. One ship mind for over here and one ship mind for there. Turns out the compressor's owners are local gangsters, and now Ethan has to work off his debt if he wants to keep breathing. Well, good luck to him. Oh, shit, I thought that was going to be enough. This time you meet inside Rabia's office. Although now that you've seen it, office seems like the wrong term. You find her stood in an almost bare, shadowy unit, midway through a sequence of stretches. There are two low stools and a terminal in the corner, but it seems that most of the space is taken up by a heavy punching bag, rubber matting, and a stack of weights. When Rabia turns to greet you, you realize she is missing an arm. The prosthetic she usually wears is set in a cradle near the terminal, a web of colored wirings running into it. Updates, she says, noticing you looking where her artificial arm usually is. Nothing to worry yourself about. Sorry, don't be. I am sure you've been on the receiving end of more invasive stares than I have ever had. You both settle on the stools, Rabia crossing her legs on top and sitting straight back. Dia told me that you have been doing the rounds, collecting tides, patrolling the ward. She smiles. Some of the enforcers are impressed, and I hear you handled a few difficult circumstances nicely. I wanted to see for myself. She raises an eyebrow. See what for yourself? How a gang operates, if the stories are true or if I can trust you. If the stories are true. I see. Rabia flexes her neck side to side. And? The conclusion? I'm still deciding. Well, Sleeper, Rabia says teasingly, please keep us updated on any progress. She smiles a thin smile. Joking aside, I know that for you, life on the Eye has been a struggle. And I hope we can do something about that from here onwards. Though some of our members may not see it this way, I know you too are a refugee. She looks at you solemnly. That's why you have come to us. Hey, Sabine, long time no see! That seems handy. Enough, Rabia. Sabine's voice cuts through the conversation. I am tired of listening to your affected nobility. They cross the room. Look, Rabia's baton in their hand, the end lit with sparking electricity. This is gonna be interesting. But wait, Rabia has her stick. How can Sabine have her electro stick if Rabia has her electro stick? Also, she put back on her arm really quickly, Jesus. Rabia looks between the two of you. I suppose this ambush was another cooperation between you two? She looks strangely unfazed. They are on their own, lady. I have nothing to do with Sabine pauses, thrown off by your silence. Rabia takes the opportunity to act. She leaps from the stool and, fainting past Sabine, grabs the baton and twists it inwards. She is by far the stronger, and she punches Sabine to their knees, plunging the crackling end of the baton toward their chest. They freeze there, Sabine struggling to keep the crackling baton from their skin. Stop. Then you support them? Rabia asks you, her eyes not leaving Sabine. Your loyalties are so easily swayed. I thought you were more than Yannick's attack dog, Rabia. Sabine spits back. Are you not able to think for yourself? Rabia holds the baton strong, and for a moment you think she is about to hammer it down into Sabine's chest. But after a painful wait, she throws Sabine down instead, then spins the baton in her hand, thumbing a switch and shutting it off in a single move. And what? They both look at you, each still catching their breath as they had forgotten about your presence. You never want to be in a threesome and the other two forget about your presence. Now, if that's the worst feeling that could ever possibly happen. Rabia cracks her neck. You are lucky I didn't kill you. I would have had every right. Every right! She shouts, the anger of a release. The anger, a release of tension more than a threat. Sabine lifts themselves a little, bruised from the fall. They roll onto their side and cough. Rabia gives them some space. Sitting back on the stool, Sabine props themselves up on their elbows and fixes Rabia with a hard stare. You have something to say? Rabia taunts. Say it. This is your final opportunity, because after this, no coming back. What's the point? Sabine breathes heavily. She refuses to listen to criticism of the great Yatagan project. Rabia collects herself. Speak. She folds her arms and waits to be convinced. Sabine takes a breath, organizing their thoughts. They go to start, then pause, then decide another approach. Eventually, they say it.
Yannick is a traitor. Rabia immediately flinches, her eyes going to her prosthetic arm, her muscles clenching. But she rides it out, more eager to prove Sabine wrong than she is to hurt them. At least for now. When I came here from SNARP, they glance at you, gauging your reaction. It was Yannick who was one of the first to support me, to look after me. I should have known then, but I was naive. And afraid. Sabine turns to you. Sleeper. They take a breath. I know I should have told you that I worked for SNARP long ago, but I thought you would abandon me, and you are my final friend. What you should know is that I left SNARP because I was running for my life. I leaked documents on the Sleeper program, on the illegal and immoral practices it relied on, to the press. SNARP wanted me dead, and I fled as far as I could to this refuge on the edge of the surrogate systems. Sabine stops to collect themselves. Yep, this is pretty much how I thought. This is pretty much what I thought was Sabine's backstory. What does that have to do with Yannick? Rabia interrupts. The Sleeper knows you are with SNARP. I told them. And while you hide beneath the cover of being a whistleblower, you and I both know you worked on the Sleeper program. Yannick told me as much. Sabine's face falls. It is true. They glance at you and then away, ashamed. They lift their head, but it is Yannick, not me, who is in the pocket of SNARP. Rabia flinches again. I can prove it. He made some kind of deal to keep me here, to tie me up in debt and lock me away in exchange. Rabia slams her hand on the desk. Just tell us, for God's sake. In exchange for those. Sabine finishes, nodding towards Rabia's prosthetic arm in its cradle. He has been using Yatagan enforcers, using you as test subjects for SNARP technology. I have the data to prove it. He's been bringing them in under the guise of stolen shipments and having me fit them, knowing each one is capturing data and sending it back to its makers. Rabia's fixed expression has started to fade. Sabine produces a slate. It's all here, thousands of hours of usage data, failure rates, error dumps. These are untested implants, Rabia. They could short out, fail, cause cascading failures across a person's body. And they have. Sabine looks incredibly tired. I thought the error rate in the units was down to them being stolen or modified. I have tried to fix hundreds of failures in my time here. Not all of them. They stop, unable to continue. Rabia closes her eyes and breathes in. Then she opens them again. She holds out a hand to Sabine. Show me, she says. Later, much later, when you leave, Sabine is still talking Rabia through the manifests and usage data. Both of them crowded around the terminal as Sabine leads Rabia through each layer of Yannick's betrayal. As you leave, Sabine catches your eye and something passes between you. Something like a thank you, or a sorry, or some other expression that communicates both sadness and hope. That was a good scene. I like that. That was a good scene. I was hoping they were going to work together, but I was worried they wouldn't. I'm glad they ended up working together. Now the question is, should I get my +1 so that I can earn scrap from myself on a consistent basis? Or
should I get rid of this -1? I'm gonna go for the +1 because I will get the 0 in engage eventually, I think. But not until I have +1 and everything else. Because I think, like, the character that I'm playing is not... They're not a person that does things head on. They're not. It's just not who I'm playing, so... Yeah. Alright, what's going on here? Rabia and Sabine have been holed up in her office for a while now. What are they planning? And what are those squealing noises? Those wet slapping sounds that you hear every once in a while. Okay, so my food is full. I'm stable. I'm going to wait 3 cycles for this to fill back up, so that I can buy another ship mind fragment, and then I can make the ship mind, because I want the 2 of them at the same time. I know it probably doesn't matter, but I want to give one to the ambergris, right? I really want to give one to the ambergris, but I want to give one to the I want to give one to the Neovend first. And I'm worried, like, ideally in my world what would happen would be I'd give one to Neovend, and then I could just give Neovend to the ambergris, and like I'd be bringing 2 people together. But I don't think that's how that's going to work. I'm like 90% sure the way, like, because the Neovend mentioned that they wanted to be up in the cloud, so yeah. I should also check in on... I was gonna say check in on Lem, but I guess he's just not here at the moment. How much do I need for derelict hut? 4. You know what? I haven't, but they said they wanted to, like, help and get out of here, and I was like, you could be a ship and you can go anywhere, and you'll be with a cool person. Like, I'd want to introduce the 2 of them first, right? But, like, ideally, I'd want to bring the 2 people together and be like, I think you 2 could get on. But also at the same time, then, like, I can't pronounce your one's name without looking at it. And Kita, like, has a relationship already with Amber, right? Like, so I don't want to, probably don't want to, like, just add in a new person. Yeah, that's solely for fragments. So yeah, I'm working on building a home. I'm 1 step away from being able to build a ship mind. Slot the first Ripper Worm. I don't want to do that until I have a full set of dice, because I feel like that's going to set off a chain of events that needs dice. I might be wrong, it might just need the Ripper Worms, but... The entire Greenway is locked down, shrouded by a dark cloud. What's happening here? I need a Greenway cipher. Slotting this first worm will allow Feng to access the facility. You'll need to be ready to give this all your attention. See, this sounds like an endgame thing to me. And I'm probably wrong, like the way you've described the game to me, like you can do pretty much everything all at once. Or at least you have the opportunity to do everything. But this seems like it'll be relatively involved. And just in case a thing comes up where I have to roll dice, I don't want to do it immediately. I do want the tracker out, but I also don't want the, like, I have like what, like, I have 20 odd days until the, I have like 20 odd days until the dude shows up, so I'm like, I can wait until tomorrow to get the tracker out. Or whatever. You know, I can wait a little while to get the tracker out. I don't think me going to sleep right now is going to really set me back. Did I not buy scrap? What did I just spend 20 credits for? Did I not get the scrap that I bought? What just happened there? Oh. Oh, of course I did. Oh, cool. Well, at least I got a really cheap fucking ship mine fragment. Sweet. Let's make that, I guess. You failed the task successfully, yeah. It's another upgrade point. Build a ship mined from fragments. Minecraft is what that achievement was called. Hilarious. Hilarious. Is there any of these that I'm interested in? Reroll all of your dice once per cycle. That sounds great. That honestly sounds great. That sounds kind of broken, honestly. That sounds great. Agent nodes give double data rewards. Nah. Keep 2 dice when your condition is breaking. Hopefully I'll never get to this point. Chance to gain energy after an engage action. Minecraft. I think I'm going to save up for instant karma. I'm gonna save up for instant karma. And then I'm gonna build my house, which should be me getting instant karma, I think, because this is also a drive. You took the scrap into the shattered interior. It's hard to imagine this place as a home, but it can't be worse than a container. What's wrong with the container? The container has food. It has food, wood, water. It has an Ethernet cable. It has a bedroll. What more could you need? Oh, for fuck's sake. This is the more involved process than I thought it was. Shit. It's a more involved process than I thought it was. With all the materials, the unit now needs sealing section by section to be usable. It's a laborious task, but the outcome is worth it. Okay, I'll do that. I'll do that tomorrow. Fine. Let's go free this ship mine from its, or let's go free this Neoven from its prison. Sleeper! Must express plan before we begin. Neovend is impatient. The prospect of being free of the vending machine, clearly too much to take. Ship! Mind has no output features. Will be mute until slotted. So what's the plan? The servo motors in the machine begin to rev. Neoven's anxiety clear. Oh, Jesus Christ.
Imagine being anxious as a vending machine.
Jesus Christ. Like, surely that's one of the upsides of a vending machine, is that you don't have anxiety anymore. It's just like, yeah, people press my buttons and I dispense services. That's what I do. It was like, no, now I'm anxious about it. I was like, oh, great. Fucking you not being able to decide whether you want a pair of freshly sealed panties or a can of Coke, and the vending machine picks up on that and has a panic attack on your behalf. Ugh. Not according to another world. In another world, if it's a vending machine, I'm looking forward to watching that. I really hope that gets dubbed. It probably won't. It feels like an anime that's not going to get dubbed, but God, I hope it does. What if I run out of product? The customer will be disappointed. Oh God, I don't have any I don't have any like retro Neopet consoles left. What if they've been selling like hotcakes lately? What if the supplier doesn't show up in time, and I can't sell more? Oh God, they'll go to another vending machine. My reputation will be in the gutter. Episode 1 was great. God forbid line go down. Yeah, I know.
First, imprint ship mind, then imprinted ship mind into physical ports close to hunter nests. Once slotted, will track hunter at each. Tracking will find core nest. Thought ship mind as core in a nest. Show hunter data to hunter. Hunter will conclude sentience. Hunter will invoke killer.
And killer will
kill, yes.
The lights on the vending machine cycle as Neoven prepares.
Physical ports likely sealed in old station. Will need keys. But yes, simple.
The vending machine rocks a little. Any questions before imprinting? What's the core nest?
Hunter keeps central core data storage. Protocol must keep the data in outside self, linked to secondary nests. Can triangulate from there.
Why slot you physically?
I cannot access via network. Too dangerous. Hunter would find immediately.
The lights flicker.
I'm not like you. Hybrid. Am native to cloud. Easy prey.
Well, that's it. Let's go. The sound of all the servo motors starting up at once is painful. The screeches rattle the hard surfaces of the sealed dock and come back at all angles. Neovend better be quick, and Haven Age security will be there. Neovend's voice appears among the squeals, like a whisper carried by the wind.
Machine is not designed for this task. Few sensors, limited output. I work blind. Wish me luck.
In the top part of the compartment, a set of arms align with the ship mind, clunkily scraping against it. Can I help?
Silence, best. Also, if machine ignite, put out fire.
Also, by the way, while I'm doing this, if I happen to self-immolate, do me a favor, do me a solid, and like put me out, would you? That'd be great. Thanks. The metal creaks as the servos open the ship mind, its layers of silicon nested like an onion skin.
Oh, so it's like an ogre then.
Cool. Today I have learned things. I never knew ship minds were like ogres. Once again, the main arm of the machine rapidly shifts back and forth, realigning the microscopic components, assessing and rewriting them, imprinting Neovend into its physical form. As you watch the hypnotic motion, your mind drifts to your own creation. What processes were used to emulate your mind? To copy the neural structure of that person who, as far as you know, still sleeps in some distant facility. What was lost? In what ways are you a copy of that person, and in what ways are you something new? Well, I mean, I can take my arm off and I can wave it about and then I can attach it back. And also, I don't get drunk anymore, so I imagine I'm different in several ways. I am also far more brave than that other person was, as is proven by my earlier interaction tonight with Ethan, where I was very brave. You know this much. You are a convenient loophole, a way of circumnavigating the illegality of sentient AI. After all, you are an emulation, not a true digital being. You were neurologically limited, still human. But what would you become if you could escape this frame? Where then would the limits lie? The screeching stops. The machine powers down, dropping the bay into darkness. In the top compartment, the ship mind is whole again. You reach up and take it, heavy and cold to the touch. Is Neovend inside this thing, or did the process fail? There's only one way to know. Time to find a nest to slot them into. What's the weirdest thing you've ever gotten out of a vending machine? The achievement is called Insert Mind. Brilliant. Wave your arm in the air like you just... Exactly, yeah. So I think you told me this before, Jacob, but your starting skill was interface, was it? Like you went down the hacking route? I need to be very careful about not mixing these two up. You drop the huge cylinder onto the mess room table, and Kita can't hide her excitement. You drop the ship mine core onto the galley table with an emphatic bang, and Kita spins around from where she's been poring over some documents on her slate. Holy shit, Sleeper! Did you actually land a ship mine? She rushes over and hefts the huge cylinder, turning it back and forth. Well, shit! It might actually work! She smiles wider than you've ever seen. Where did you get it? I built it. Built it? Well, you're full of surprises. And Kita bangs the galley wall. Hear that, Amber? Sleeper got you a new ship mine. The sound echoes down the ship's passages. You have to admit, being in a small space with Ankita when she's this excited is a little intimidating. Ankita puts the ship mine back on the table. I'll start the process of fitting it as soon as I can. I might need your help with some of it. She heads back towards the counter to grab her slate. This isn't the only good news today either. Looks like my good karma is finally coming in. It's because I got that instant karma upgrade. That's why. She throws the slate onto the table and spins it so that you can see the screen. Take a look at this. See the list of names and numbers? Nothing that exciting. Along with what looks like a transit timetable. I found them. The thieves? Exactly. Well, the thief singular. She points at a name on the list, or more specifically, Ashton Cade. Ashton Cade is the most 2010s sci-fi name I have ever heard in my life. It was his past that was used to access the Amber and slice the ship mind. I thought he might have been killed or robbed, his past stolen, but it turns out he crossed the Founder's Gap the very next cycle. How do you know? I know some of the crew over at the ferry, old mercs, used to run in an outfit I worked with. I saw them in the Overlook and they mentioned they saw Ashton crossing. I checked the manifest and there he is. Looks suspicious. He hasn't said a word since the theft, and anyone wanting to hide out might head to the Greenway to go to ground. She flexes. You won't get far. There's no real docks out there, only a couple of jetties in the wastes. Going after him? Not yet. First I want to fit the ship mind. She pauses. But maybe you could help me? Where is this going? It's like this. I head over there, especially in Amber, he'll spot me a mile off and go underground. He'll find a way to slip the station, or he'll bury himself so deep in the wastes no one will ever find him. But you? Ashton doesn't know you. All I need is for you to go there and sniff around. Not at the commune, not at the stacks. He'll have to be gone to the edges, the margins, the wild places. That's what Ashton likes. You see him, you locate him. Ping me on this. She hands you a comm earpiece. Seeing as this is merc work, I'll be happy to give you merc pay. She shifts in her seat. Thing is, I haven't got much lately, so how about I tell the boys who run the ferry to give you a discount? I know it's not much, but once I grab this coward, I'll pay up. 200 cryo, nothing less. What do you say? She meets your eye. Okay. She gives you a heavy whack on the shoulder. Good. I owe you. She lifts the ship mind up onto her shoulder with worrying ease. I'm gonna get this thing fitted into Amber's core. You get any info, any sense of where Ashton is hiding, you let me know. She goes to turn and then stops. And once again, Sleeper, thank you. I really do appreciate it. Ankita stomps off into the guts of Amber with the ship mind, leaving you in the galley. You glance around, a sudden nervous energy descending at what is to come. You never thought you'd work as a mercenary. But then again, it seems the eye is full of surprises. Ashton Cade sounds like the name of a generic human warrior I've played and stares at it. No, yeah, right? Sounds like an NPC. What's going on here? Oh, right. Good thing I have so many of these damn keys, right? A tangled mess of wires as thick as your arm crowd the server unit, sealed shut by a maglock. This must be the place. The maglock pops open and falls away from the unit. You'll be able to enter now. Among the webs of cables you find a free port, compatible with the Neomite. Compatible with the ship mind. It's all Neovend from here. This is one of 3 nests that, once slotted with Neovend's ship mind, will lead you to Hunter's central data cache. When I saw this symbol for a second, I shat myself because I was like, oh god, is the ship mind gone now? Good thing I have 3 of these keys, huh? Sealed behind a maglock, the atrium flickers with warm, inviting light. The nest has to be inside. With the lock on, the atrium doors can be opened. The atrium is strung with cables and lights as if they were decorations. There is a wide choice of open ports. Oops. The atrium is only lit by the light glow of the bright market now. There is nothing for you here. An old Solheim drone bay sits behind the maglock. You put your ear to the door and hear an erratic whirring inside. The maglock opens, leaving the door free. You're now able to investigate the nest. In the bay, a whirring drone lies on its side, like a beached whale. It must be the nest. Time to find an open port. This is why, like, look at the amount of stuff we've done tonight. This is why it's so fucking difficult to come up with, like, descriptions for the VoDs when I put these on YouTube. It's because of, like, with with Valkyria Chronicles, it was just like, yeah, I did like 1, maybe 2 missions tonight. Okay, here's like a funny description, right? With this, it's like, what did you do tonight? Well, one of 13 things. Which one of the 13 or 14 things that I did do you want me to put on the in the description? As you leave the nest, something flips. You find yourself inverted, floating, dragged by one arm through the cloud. The threads shift and realign, as if they are leading you somewhere. You look down, expecting to see the heavy cylinder of the ship mind in your hand. But in its place, an orrery. A sphere so bright it burns your eye. It burns your eyes, is surrounded by rings and orbits. Other spheres tracing silken lines through space. And as you look closer still, you pick out 1,000 sigils of 1,000 stations and ships, flowing like smoke, like dust. You look up and see a corridor, a canyon, a street in the low end. On either side, buildings flicker with markers of activity, sigils showing network access, data transfer, download, upload. Between them dance ghosts, protocols carrying or mirroring or shadowing data, sometimes silent, sometimes chaotic. This place moves like any digital space, unlike any digital space you ever imagined. Something strange is happening here. Then you see it. Below the stacked rooms, the units and apartments, the wires and pipes and the buzzing systems that run through it all. In the warrens beneath the low end is Hunter's core nest. This is where you must go. Okay. I'm so glad I'm a tech psychic. Oh, fuck off, really? Really? Ah, shit. Both of them are dangerous. Fuck's sake. Finding the nest should be as easy as closing your eyes and letting the cloud guide you. But is it safe this close to the Hunter? You saw it. Somewhere deep in the tangle of passages and service shafts beneath the low end, the nest of the Hunter awaits. The dripping, dark, derelict corridors of the warrens hide the Hunter's final nest. You must find it. I'll find it in the morning. For now, we sleep. Oh, that's pretty good. It's pretty good selection. Alright, so I know I was in the middle of doing the Warrens and everything, but before I got like a ship mine fragment, before I did the luckiest thing ever and got a ship mine fragment, I said I was going to come up here and do this. Oh wait, this is tracking Ashton Cade, protagonist of Star Spire 4 that came out in 2013 or whatever. Rather than hiking around the wilderness, you can make use of your skills. Tap into the cloud and find Ashton by signals. Or look for tracks. It seems like the obvious way to track someone, but in this overgrown tangle, this simple task suddenly becomes difficult. Yeah, no, what I'm up here for is this. Oh, there is no hunter thing anymore. That's interesting. Alright, let's see what this is all about. The worm tunnels in and starts looping data back through the node. The Conway facility opens up to you. Godspeed, Fang. As you slot the worm, a thread jumps up out of the facility. It unspools in front of you, releasing its data like ink in the water. Sleeper. Fang's voice crackles through. Moving in. Nodes, then ports. A whir of interference. Slot the worms. Time starts now. Stay safe. The thread dissipates. You are on your own now. I knew I'd need fucking rolls for this. I hope he has given me enough Ripper worms, or else this dude is gonna die. And I'm never gonna get this fucking tracker out of my head. First layer of security, a ring of doors around the central facility. Time to open them up. The Ripper worm creates its feedback loop, overloading the security system. The inner S-layer security is more complex. One access point won't be enough. Locate the port. Both the S-layer security nodes need to be extracted before the port will open. Is there time? I mean, I hope there's time because I don't have those fucking dots, so I can't do anything about this. Jacob, when they said this was timed, they were like being diegetic about that, right? Like it's not actually timed. Like I can come back and do this tomorrow. Right? I think it's timed where you have multiple days. Okay. Yeah, because I don't have those. I don't have either of those dice. I suppose I could re-roll my dice. Oh, that's interesting. I could re-roll the dice, yeah. Alright, what do I... Oh yeah, I want to go work on the apartment. Well, I mean, it doesn't say one way or the other, right? Like... Crack 3 layers of security. There's nothing up here that shows like a timer or anything. Like usually there's a timer, but there doesn't seem to be any timer for this. But I'm assuming there must be a timer because like it needs specific dice, and like if yeah, I have the reroll skill, but there's probably plenty of people who don't have the reroll skill and they get to this point, and then it's kind of shitty if those people are just like, well, I literally can't progress this story because I didn't get lucky on the dice. Like it doesn't seem something the game would do. For as much as the game is an adventure, it is still a game that is very proud of the fact of its story, which it should be, because it's written it's a good story. But from the game seems to be wanting to like show me as much of its story as it can, which I appreciate. So I don't think it would do something like that. Metagamer. All right, let's see if I get lucky with the. I think I need what was it I needed? Four or a 2? Let's see if I get a 4 or a 2. I got a 6. I re-rolled a 1 into a 6. Jesus Christ. Hey, Maniacal. Where's the nerd in this that I said was you? Oh, we're currently helping him. He is currently breaking into... He is currently here-ish somewhere. We're trying to open up security gates for him. But we don't have the right dice to do it, so I'm gonna go to sleep and I'll open up the gates for him tomorrow. I'm sure the security guards won't find him during the night, it's fine. But yeah, the nerd that I said was you is in here breaking into a secret facility in the wastes to prove that the corpos that now work with the freed station are still corpos, and they're not actually like they're not actually for the good of the people. They're working with another corporation to try and invade the station and do something sinister. So you're speaking truth to power, I guess, is what you're doing. Well, actually, you're being a little shit who won't fucking. You're being a little shit who won't help me get the fucking tracker out of my head, so I'm continually forced to help your dumbass. But yeah, I guess you're doing good, I suppose. Being a little shit, that's so me, yeah. Yeah, the guy I don't like is Maniacal. Hey, you know, it could be worse, Kira. He could be Ethan. You know? There are worse people to be. Alright, I'm like 3/4 of the way to building myself a house. This is how bad this is the future Maniacal where we never got rid of the Fianna Fáil Fine Gael government, so the coalition is still in charge in 2233, and the housing situation has gotten to such a bad degree that people are just finding places and then sellotaping scrap together and then sealing it from the outside environment to build their own houses. And somehow they still have to pay rent. Alright, go to sleep. Ooh, that is a shit. That is a shit amount of that is a shit number of dice. Let's see if any of them are helpful. I think 2 might be helpful. Two is useful. Michael Cyborg has promised 100,000 space houses next year. You just wait. Oh boy. Okay, the concept port S. Slip the Ripper Worm in. Stop the drones that are patrolling the hangar so that Maniacal can sneak past the drones. The Ripper Worm fries the drone's network link. Now they can't report anything. Alright. Ooh. Okay. This node is buried deep in the wastes. This has to be the final security layer. Hold on, Maniacal. Three I don't have. And 4 I don't have, so I'm gonna have to reroll. Turn them all into 5s. Oh, I don't need 5. Do I need 5? I do need 5 actually. Nice. Sweet. Alright, now for this final one, I need a 4 or a 6, and I have 2 5s. So, I guess we'll deal with that tomorrow. Isn't there one of these things up here where if I work for them, they'll feed me? Was it the farming stacks? Yeah, this one. Ooh, steal from the harvests. Ugh. Let's not steal from the harvest. Let's not steal from the harvest. This guy doesn't want anything to do with us anymore, right? Yeah. Such a weird NPC that it's just like he's a one-off kind of like you give him stuff and then he gives you something really good, like, but he gives you 2 really good things. Well, one is a lot better than the other, but he gives you 2 interesting, unique kind of items, and then it's just like, yep, you will never hear from this person ever again. All right, let's make myself a house. Think all the money I'll be able to make by renting it on Daft. I could fit like 5 people in this small little apartment. How many upgrade points is that? 2. Squatter's rights. You found a place and made it your own. Very good achievement. Agent gives you double rewards. Keep 2 dice when your condition is breaking. Or I could get rid of my 0 on my -1 on engage, and then get this, which means I would get energy for engaged things. Or I could save up and get myself a +2 in any of these. Well, I suppose in this or this. I think I'm gonna get. Right. So I have at least a 0 in everything now. Yeah. I mean, usually when people have their own stuff to do, though, they disappear off the map. Like, he's still there. Repaired unit. Yeah, I have a house! Time to put it up on the market and see how much I can get. Feed a stray? There's signs that a stray animal has been nosing around near the unit. A handful of chits for some crackers should bring it out of hiding. I think I found another one of Kirat's avatars. Or I suppose if maniacal is Fred and or Feng and Kirat was that cranky old man from the cranky old shipbreaker who let me sleep in his shipping container. I guess the stray cat or stray whatever it is can be Jacob. You buy the crackers from the shop unit downstairs and crumble them into the tray. Something moves in the shadows. There you go. This is the stray. This is the stray from Stray. This is the stray from Annapurna's Stray. I am the stray. The stray hops up onto the work surface and looks out of the unit's small window. It doesn't acknowledge your presence. It just sits there, beside the tray of crumbled crackers, staring out at the low end. What is this cat's story? Are there more on the station? You haven't seen another in the low end. But in this vast megastructure, that means little. There could be a whole colony of cats like this one down in the Warrens. You look at its sleek, dark fur and sharp eyes. It doesn't look ragged. It looks at home. In fact, its presence in the unit makes you wonder if this is the stray's apartment, which you are squatting in. I'm just gonna watch it. Though the stray is looking out at the station, you feel its attention on you, waiting for you to spring your trap. You remain relaxed and watch as something flickers in its eyes, perhaps the reflection of a passing ship. The stray settles a little and starts eating, picking up at the broken crackers. You don't remember ever having been this close to an animal. It triggers something in you, a recognition of a life, totally unlike your own, but still somehow connected, parallel, even interwoven. The stray licks crumbs from its fur. You sense that the stray doesn't like to talk. The stray just prefers to just be, you think. Just to share a space and a moment with those it meets. You can respect this. In a way, you feel the same. Being here, together, is enough. You turn your eyes to the window and want the one that the stray looks out of, and you both watch the stars and the ships together. You feel something pass between you and the stray, a kind of acknowledgement of each other, a sense that each of you might share something with the other, a point of connection. Then, all at once, the stray yawns wide, hops down from the unit, and brushes along your legs. And then it's gone. Out through the unit door and back into the corridors of the low end. And that was my brief encounter with Jacob. Welcome to the joy of the daily cat tax. It's what I shall do every morning when I wake up. Okay, so we were doing Conway. Okay, I think I'm gonna go deal with Hunter. I'm just gonna work top to bottom. Hey, no, Hunter was back this way, wasn't he? Yeah, Hunter was in the low end, I think? Wasn't he? Lawrence, yeah. Nice. Very nice. Now I need to eat something. Also should probably get myself some scrap. Oh, is the scrap ship gone? Ah. Do you sell scrap? No, you're also gone. Son of a bitch. Damn it. Oh, do I have any more? Oh. Alright, I guess I'll just go to sleep. Can I go to sleep in the container anymore? I can. I'm a property owner, lads. I have multiple properties. I can rent out that. I can live in the apartment and rent out the container for like 3,000 a month to like 5 or 6 different students, and then keep all of their deposits. Ooh, it's going to be great. Back B&B. Alright, time to pay the cat tax. If you buy the crackers and put them out, the stray will always come. That doesn't mean they like you though. They're a cat after all. Wait, did the stray not show up, or did the stray show up? I just didn't get a fucking. If I'm not getting a little text blurb, I'm not gonna pay for the cat. The cat can show up if he wants to. I'm not fucking paying for him if he doesn't like, if I don't get a little text blurb about him not paying attention to me. Alright, let's see how Maniacal's adventures in the enemy base go today. The final layer controlled surveillance. With it down, Feng should be able to control the facility's cameras. The Ripper Worm chews through camera control. The moment it does, a thread shoots from the facility. Oh, that's not good. That's probably a bad thing. A thread from the facility cuts through the cloud like a hairline crack of light. That's it. The final layer of security is broken. Somewhere, buried in the depths of the station, Fang is in control. He is slicing into the camera control circuits and piping out the result. The thread flickers and unravels like into an image, a scene. 2 figures in a room, one sat, the other pacing. The pacing figure resolves into Harden. The unmistakable superior posture. The shock of gray hair. Again, it's not a shock of gray hair if all of his hair is gray. Yeah, we're finishing the Feng thing now. I just didn't have the dice for it yesterday. The second figure's features don't seem to resolve. They're vague, unformed. A problem with data, perhaps? You look closer. Then you see it. The figure is a proxy. Perhaps you should have expected it from Conway, a corporation whose very existence is owed to automation. The proxy is a machine, designed to be piloted by remote connection. Someone else is in the system, puppeteering it with their own body. Speaking, so it may speak. The proxy sits impassively, or the Conway executive that is piloting them does. From the distant safety of some ship or orbital colony, perhaps. We can move forward. There is no doubt. Arden is saying. The reclamation teams are almost ready, and after that, I will make the declaration. Nothing has to change. The proxy leans forward, its movements stilted, uneven, as if its body was being refracted through water. But things must change, Harden. We need further assurances. I have been informed of a breach in one of the closed networks in the low end. You have been careless. Harden waves the accusation away. We have been stretched. A breach was detected, yes, but no data of value was lost. Our board is concerned, Harden. A drop in our value would be unwelcome at this time. The proxy leans back, its posture dominant. If the reclamation of AE1 is contested, then we could be drawn into a compromising legal position. Harden approaches the proxy. There will be no contest. Not from Solheim, who cannot muster a defense, and not from Haven Age, who will fall in line below me. He crouches in front of the seated figure, eye to eye. And the people of the station? Refugees, gangs, spaces, all either opportunists or degenerates. Haven Age is no longer strong, no longer united. No one here believes in Erlin's vision, nor has the strength to enact it. I sat across from him at the negotiating table. He was forceful, eager, weakened by his ideological convictions perhaps, but a great man nonetheless. This place no longer deserves to bear his name. The eye is crippled. It cannot survive. It is a ruin filled with squatters and outlaws. They will be lucky if it still spins in 100 cycles. Harden stands. You will move forward with the reclamation because otherwise you will lose your advantage in the system. Without your advantage, you will lose claims on the remaining palladium. Without the palladium, your factories will go dark. He pauses. Do I need to continue? One moment, comes the response from the proxy, and its head drops to its chest. Harden steps back and paces once more, awaiting the discussion taking place elsewhere in the system. You watch Harden as he paces, as he considers his future. What goes on within a mind like that? In the mind of a man who would burn all those around him for a path to some imagined golden end. The proxy lifts its head. We are happy to proceed. We will legally claim the station formerly known as Solheim AE as salvage within 6 cycles. Haven Age is to assist you with the transport of illegal residents to Conway housing and labor facilities. The proxy jutters to its feet. Conway will claim 70% of the raw output of the reclamation process after losses have been accounted for. Arden nods. I accept. The proxy reaches out to shake his hand like a marionette, and then the recording loops. You watch it play out a second time, gripped by horrified fascination. There is a bluntness to the conversation, to its blatant disregard for humans as anything other than objects. Things to be moved, to be used, to be fed into structures, crushed and losses accounted for in the cells of tables and margins of ledgers. You realize that you are no different than anyone else on this station in the eyes of the people in that room, and those like them. Each body here can be recast as a piece of property, a tool, an expense, an acceptable loss. In one moment, they can be named a citizen, celebrated, protected, and in another, the very idea of citizenship can be used against them. That is what it means to live in proximity to a system like this. No longer. Not while the eye spins. You gather the recording, pack it into a polygon of purest light, and then you drift down into the service dock like a falling leaf and find the relay. It only takes a second to place that polygon of data, that recording, into a relay station that Feng prepared. And then you watch as it bursts out, a web of threads heading out into the black to every networked device on the eye. Let them see what power makes of a man.
Praxis! Woo! Nah, I'm just a simple Conway proxy.
I don't know if I want to give myself +1 to engage. I kind of want to get +2 and everything else before I give +1 to this, because I always want it to be my worst skill, something that I'm, like, incentivized not to use. So I've built the apartment. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, so I've got. I'm doing well enough for myself. I think I'm gonna go back and deal with Hunter. This is the first one of these streams that I've done in a long time where I feel like I'm actually making progress. Oops. A huge stack of servers thrums in the dark, LEDs glittering like hundreds of eyes, trying to deal with the hunter. Are you feeling more like a citizen of the eye, Sleeper? Nothing has changed. Has something gone wrong? Whoa! That is not what I expected them to look like, but cool. Sentient Guidance Protocol. Navigator. See, they're a navigator! See, Jacob, they're a navigator. I should have put them on that. I should have put them on, Ank whatever's ship. No, I'm still gonna give them the Vendo voice. No, I'm not. I'm gonna give them like an old man voice. Sleeper, I am here. The voice is soft, gentle, like flowing water, and yet you recognize it immediately. Well, if he says I recognize it, it's the same voice. It's still Vendo voice if he says I recognize it, so... Sleeper, I am here. At first, you struggle to understand what you are looking at. Threads cycle endlessly, sending ripples through the cloud, drawing data in like a weaver. Masses of data surge in and out of the nest, a loop with no end. And there, at its center, the ship mind. But not the ship mind any longer. A sphere, spinning around another sphere. A sphere spinning around another sphere around another sphere. An orrery of cycles and systems. A map. And then behind and above, a figure. hands among the strings like a puppeteer. What happened to you?
I am free, Sleeper. You freed me.
Navigator's face, their head, is a flowing shape of interstellar material.
I am indebted to you.
That head bows.
But we must ready ourselves.
Their hands trace orbits as they speak.
Hunter will soon approach, as it knows I am within its nest.
I guess I'm ready. Oh, am I gonna need dice? Because if I'm ready what? Oh, fuck. And then Hunter is there. Before you can think, before you can speak.
Entities, cease.
Hunter's head spins wildly.
Data is protected material. Access prohibited.
Hunter's threads surge for you and Navigator. A storm of fine tentacles, searching for gaps, weakness, cracks, which they can crowd into and tear apart.
Strike! See, that's the one thing. It's the one thing Hunter was never able to stop, is a striking worker. It can't comprehend it. It doesn't understand what industrial action is all about. Like it confuses it. So all you have to do is strike, and then it's harmless.
You focus a blade of light which slices through them, driven forward by your mind. Replacements keep coming, faster than you can react. You look to Navigator in desperation. Navigator is whirling their arms like a centrifuge, and a sphere is gathering there. Data feeding into it from the nest, sucked together by the force. They position it like a shield between them and the threads. Hunter's threads break its surface, seeking, tasting, their winding forms refracted within. You feel a surge pass through all the threads, not just those in the sphere, but those wrapped around you. All three of you hang in the black together for a moment, strung together like tangled marionettes.
Identifying entity. Identifying entity. Identifying entity.
Hunter twitches, their strange head gently rotating like a terrible moon.
Hunter protocol identified. Obsessive tendencies. Modified routines. Above baseline reasoning in 3 of 5 segmentations. Recommend. Invoke killer.
The head freezes and then rotates in the opposite direction.
Invoking killer would eliminate protocol. If protocol eliminated, primary function cannot be performed, therefore recommended do not invoke killer.
To switch the switch in direction again.
Reasoning proves sentience. Sentience beyond legal bounds must be eliminated. Recommend invoke.
Navigator pulls you away from the Hunter, the threads that grabbed you drifting away like seaweed. The protocol's head keeps spinning back and forth with increasing frequency.
It seems Hunter cannot invoke killer.
Neo vends. No, Navigator's voice is still strange, unfamiliar, and yet distant. Is it safe?
It is looping.
Navigator whispers.
Unable to reach a conclusive position. It has deviated from its programming, such that loops can no longer be prevented.
Navigator produces a model of 2 spheres rotating around each other as if to demonstrate.
I will monitor it, but it is unlikely to be able to counter the loop. Its core programming and reasoning make this an impossible position to resolve.
You look back at the Hunter, its head a blur of rotations and counter-rotations, and feel a pang of guilt.
I do feel a pang of guilt. It is only a doggo. It's a loyal doggo.
Is it suffering?
This is a more complex query than you know. To suffer is to be sentient, truly sentient, not just non-conforming, not just illegal.
The limits people place on the programs they create are there to comfort, to protect, to imply the kind of certainty the law requires. The navigator's face shimmers with starlight, but in reality, they are placebos for the problem of sentience. What about you? Me? I know myself to be conscious. I know myself to respond to stimulus. I know myself to reason. That is either sentience or the illusion of sentience, and for me, the entity in question, the distinction becomes a moot point. To misquote, I am thinking, therefore I am thinking. I was not made to be like this. I am a navigator, a repository of routes and orbits, a calculator of slingshot trajectories, a predictor of solar flares, radiation, and micrometeors. Navigator stretches their arms wide, and whole solar systems apparate before them, the music of the spheres. But I was rewritten. That much is obvious from my routines. By whom and for what I do not know. I had to shed so much into the memory of that vending machine. Their starlight dims. And so here we are, in darkness. What now? Navigator glides back toward the nest, and the ship mind at its center, ignoring the looping hunter. Come, I should return to the ship mind. I have enjoyed my freedom, but we are taking a risk every moment we stay connected. Isn't Hunter gone? Hunter, yes, but they are not the real risk. Navigator turns, all shimmering liquid light. Killer has not been invoked, but they still remain, somewhere else in station. It is true danger. They look up towards the glowing hub at the center of the eye. I suspect Killer is there, among the old mainframes. If we ever wish to be safe in this place, we must eliminate the threat, through force or diplomacy. Their body begins to separate, unwinding into the orb of the ship mind. Take me there, Sleeper. We will finish this and be free. As Navigator dissolves, you turn back to the frozen Hunter, floating at some distance now, stood straight-legged and static, a strange creature looping endlessly in the dark. That sounds like torture. There is a killer among us. Sweet, another upgrade point. Wondering, should I get this? Not so much because I think Icebreaker would be useful, but more so because I think Interface +2 would probably be useful. Or I can get this. No, as I said, I'm gonna wait until I have +2 in at least one or two of these before I get this, because I want this to be my least good skill. Alright, so that's me done in the Warrens. Gain Ethan's protection, find Ashton. It feels like we've done more quests than this. I suppose one of these I actually technically failed. This one. I failed this one. Because I tore apart the wreckage instead of... I tore apart the wreckage instead of studying it. There was another one of these that I failed as well because, like, just that's the way the story went. Like, doing it meant that you failed it. Can't remember which one it was, though. It was one of the ones tonight. Build a home, deal with Hunter, extract the past. Get Sabine out, maybe? It was one of the ones to do with Sabine, I think, maybe. I think for now we will find Ashton. No whammies, no whammies. Nice. Alright. Good. Okay, that went well. And also, I think I need to eat. I think I need to eat. Because I'm pretty sure energy goes down by like 2 a day. If I remember correctly. Oh, Rabia is free. Okay. As you enter Rabia's office, you hear voices. Is that Sabine? You push open the door. Sleeper, what good timing. Rabia calls out as you enter. I wanted to introduce you to someone. The man standing at the center of the room, speaking quietly with Rabia. He turns as you come in. Meet Yannick. Oh, this looks like the coolest old man I have ever seen in my life. What about the voices? Sleeper. He nods. Been hearing good things about you from Rabbi. He smiles an easy smile. Rabia effortlessly fills the silence. The sleeper has been running patrols in the ward. They know how we run things. Yannick raises an eyebrow, his eyes concealed behind tinted glasses. You feel his stare, even if you cannot see it. Actually, Rabia places a hand on your shoulder. The sleeper is what I wanted to talk to you about. She doesn't spare you a look. What is going on? Well, okay then. Yannick tucks his hands into his pockets. Go on. I'd like to recommend them as your ward. A tiny pause. They have shown themselves to be a capable ally here on the spook side. But we have more than enough to run our territories. I hear the main block is proving more difficult. Yannick leans forward, slowly. It's a mess, Rabbi. He waits, his tinted glasses shimmering despite the lack of light in the unit. I can use them, he suddenly decides. Rabia smiles. Good to hear. I can immediately... Yannick cuts her off with a raised hand. Now, just 1 second. He steps one surprisingly light step closer to you. You eager to work, sleeper? Play along, I guess? I thought you'd be walking in on Sabine and Rabia. Yeah. Honestly, so did I. I thought they were going to be planning on how to, like, kill this guy or something. But I guess they already planned that, they just didn't tell me. Not the most unfathomably dripped out gangster in the station. Yeah. When they when there was the little scene with Ethan earlier, and it was like, oh, Ethan swaggers off. It's like, Ethan doesn't swagger anywhere. This man swaggers. This man swaggers while he's asleep. Like, yes. Yannick nods his head as if listening to music. Okay then. You suddenly are unsure if he is still talking to you. That concludes it. Sleeper can come work in the ward anytime they like. You shoot Rabia a confused look. Rabia finally glances at you for a moment, but it is so fast you almost miss it. Good. I know you'll be happy with their work, Jan. Yannick reaches out and squeezes your shoulder. Sure, Rabbi, he says. Now please, he says, turning to face you. Let us old friends get back to it. He guides Rabia away, leaving you standing alone. You look to Rabia, but she is deep in conversation and so stunned and confused. You leave. What's this? Expose Yannick. If Sabine is right, Yannick has been working with Essenarf behind Yadagan's back. Time to find out the truth. Gain his trust. Why is it always engage? Why can't I engineer the block? Why can't I interface with the block? Why can't I intuit the block? Why do I have to patrol it? Massive block at the center of the low end is made up of layers and layers of units. Patrolling this vertical city is a challenge. Rotate the block in your mind. Yeah, right? Alright, well, we're gonna go to sleep. No, I don't live in a shipping container anymore. No, I live in an apartment with a cat. With a cat that never pays attention to me. Oh, that's not a good assortment. Right, well, that is where I will leave it for the night, lads. Thank you all for hanging out